Welcome to Tales from the Tumbled Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Tumbled Tankard Discord channel. We are a bit of a new thing coming up here. Obviously, we have our interfaces all different now, and you'll notice there's a person that's brand new here. We'll get to know that person a little bit later on, but want to thank our new person for joining us. We'll get to meet that character later on this session. Uh, but to get things rolling here, the party last week found themselves trying to hunt down a werewolf within the city of Port Oruss. They had found a couple of victims the previous session, and using the help with those victims and the help of Janan Prepsel Martinet from the Ivory Lyceum, were able to do some scrying. Also, with the help of Alindra from the Mystic Menagerie, being able to remove the curses on those afflicted individuals, and then Janan being able to scry on the source of those curses, which led them to a in close vicinity, at least, to the keep of Port Oruss. The party then, after that, decided to go in and investigate the area, the neighborhood just outside the gates to the keep, where a number of guards and various people who work within the keep there all live. They moved around through the high quarter, checking out reports of strange coming and goings, of mysterious figures. Thora talking with some residents on the street and with the Port Oruss Authority Station. Amethyst doing so as well, heading to one of the local pubs in the area there and talking with a rather drunk individual. Eldon and Lucas focusing mostly on the neighborhood where the sightings seem to be originating from, at least. Getting a little bit of information there as well. And ultimately talking with the broker that they had met much earlier, a number of months ago, to back the information specialist there in the high quarter to kind of narrow down their search. With that, they set up staking out the area where they thought the werewolf might be, and indeed spotted some dark figures moving through the houses and in the area there. Engaging with them, they did encounter a number of werewolves, including one very large one that attacked the party. They were able to dispatch them all, and as the werewolves all kind of changed back into their non-furry forms, they noticed a couple of things. First, that the guardsmen came out to from the keep there to collect the bodies, and Thora picked up the coin that had fallen, the coin that the lead werewolf had um, had dropped. A mysterious gunman had been up on the walls nearby, or some sort of shooter of some kind, who sort of helped a bit there, maybe. Hard to say exactly, but when Amethyst spotted the person, they tipped an imaginary hat and flipped a coin and disappeared. Um, with that, the party then retired to their airship to get some rest and to kind of figure out their next steps. And that's where we're going to be picking up today with the group of you on the airship. Are you in the air, docked someplace? What is the plan there for where your ship is currently?
We're still docked right now, aren't we?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you did dock, the crew there with you, and you are able to get yourselves your long rest that you need after the encounter that you had, and decide what your next steps are. So as the early morning sun crests over the canyon walls of Port Oruss, what would you like to do?
Is this the third day of the full moon today?
Yes.
Okay.
When both of them are like way out there now, right?
See, there's no point now
Yeah.
taking down the werewolf until we take down the person who's got the coin. Because
and as Sora realized that after picking up the coin and putting it in her pocket there, looking back at the ship there, the coin was gone.
And it's him, the
No,
hat tipping little
no way to confirm
person.
that.
Yeah, but that's what I think. That's what I think. That's what I feel. I feel
I guess.
just like nah, fuck you.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
something to
you
maybe
have-
think about is that it could possibly
Mhm.
another coin holder.
Yes, there is another coin that's out there. And Amethyst, I will say this. You seem to have you are very high insight. So I will say this: the gesture was not one really of mocking. It was
Okay.
literally just a acknowledgement. You were the only person that saw them. Nobody else spotted them up there. It wasn't. There was no sort of you couldn't see their faces. There was just sort of a little quick thing there, flipping a coin and disappearing. And with your knowledge, arcane wise, very likely. I mean, you've cast the spell. You've used the spell a number of times here. Seemed like Dimension Door.
Okay.
So just the way they disappeared, and sort of thing there. So whatever the gesture was, I mean, obviously you can it may have been mockery, but there was no sort of ha ha ha, any sort of like that. It was literally just a imaginary tip of a hat and then gone. So
Growl again.
beyond that, I mean, obviously yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's just my voice at the moment then. So.
No, I don't think so.
Jim, are all the coins the same? Visually?
Visually, yes. There's no real difference between the coins there. They're all the same platinum coin there with the tower on one side, the profile face of, you assume, the Dark King. On the other side there with a black smudge across the tower.
So we could potentially use locate object. We put all our coins in extra dimensional spaces, so they're more than 1,000 feet away from us.
Oh, there's a thought.
Absolutely. That's definitely it seems reasonable. One thing you do notice is the coins that you've like Lucia's coin and Zathar's coin, those two coins there, the smudge is now gone. It is the platinum coin. There's no smudge any longer.
Has Sora got locate object?
Does Sora have locate object? I don't think that's a paladin thing.
Haven't we cleared 3 coins now, not 2?
No, we didn't go and do the other one yet.
You have a third one.
We need to do Cispinel, don't we?
Yeah.
Cispinel or whatever the name is.
We wanted to do more research into figuring out exactly how to do that. And no, Sora doesn't have locate object.
Eldon, I believe, had done.
Yeah,
okay.
I can do it. Yeah, I can definitely do locate object.
One thing, Eldon did do some research around the Cispinel and the Fae. You guys did spend a little bit of time in the library doing researching various topics and everything else. Eldon had determined that most likely in order to get sort of a weakness of the coin, or the entity bound within it there, either some sort of unhallowed ground, or overly developed ground. Obviously, doing it out in the middle of nature wouldn't be good because it's a plant-based entity, but like on city streets or in a building or potentially in something like a
mine,
desecrated ground or mines. Yeah, any of those places there would definitely be beneficial in that sense.
Well, we know some mine tunnels that are not used.
You do, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
Something like that. I mean, we did say that already, didn't we? That you can't just go and do it in the middle of a forest somewhere.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you could. It would just be harder. I mean, I would say this because with
fighting a shadow demon in nighttime. Yeah, because we realized that obviously when we did that we should have done that in the daytime, but we still did it. So
we got lucky. That's what that was.
Yeah, we did. And obviously, Lucia wanted to go, so that wasn't an issue.
Right. Yeah, that was. She did really resist.
Right.
Or maybe we should just go out there again and have a look. They obviously will know who they're looking out for now. A couple of us can disguise ourselves, but I know everybody can't do that. But maybe just look and see if we can see anybody. But I think we do need to get. I mean, I don't really understand it. I don't know who's got the coin. Because the werewolf is obviously the entity from the coin. So somebody else has the coin. But then when we killed the werewolf, the coin dropped. So
Sora
I don't
did pick it
really
up.
understand that. I know. And I don't really understand that. Unless in that situation, I don't know if they. I don't know. I don't understand it. I think it's too much for our little brains right now. And we should, just get together and talk about it for a bit and then maybe go and just do a little bit of
Recon research.
yeah.
I think we need to do Cispinel before that
Yeah.
coin disappears.
I agree.
I mean,
Okay.
it's in an extra dimensional space right now, isn't it?
Last you checked.
Yeah, the last
Yeah.
time we looked in there.
Oh, maybe you should look then.
Or maybe we
We'll
should
check.
into
Okay. You still have it. You do still have it, yes.
I think if it's in an extra dimensional space, that's one thing, but maybe when we take it out, that's going to be an issue. Not that it's been an issue with the others, but then Wraith was dead, so that one was easy enough. And Lucy, I was the person that was attuned to that one, so.
well we
Oh,
could here's a thought. We could borrow that place. Was it the Lyceum we were at or the school where we did the second one?
That was the tower down in Drabier.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
far. Yep.
we don't need to go there. And they certainly wouldn't let us go back anyway.
Probably not.
well,
No.
They
yeah,
did kick you out of the tower after that.
Well,
Yeah.
we were definitely asked to leave. Probably.
Yeah,
we were.
very politely.
We were. And yeah, we kind of took that upon ourselves to get caught doing things we were asked not to do. So yeah.
Well, what would you like to do then? So you have a couple different ways ahead of you there. We'll just say you've had time to kind of wake up, kind of get your morning rituals and preparations and waking up and getting your breakfast and such like that. So
While we're all kind of sitting around, I'd like to attach a second accumulator to my boots. So I have two
Okay.
charges.
Okay.
So instead of one charge.
Sure.
I'd like to do that.
Okay. Yeah. It's not a difficult thing. You just need some time for that, and you get up early enough that you have plenty of time to do that. It only takes about an hour or two to do, but you have a workshop available there on the ship and can kind of tinker around with it. So
yeah, my 5:30 alarm will go off promptly at 5:30.
Yep.
All loud and proud.
Waking everybody up and being obnoxious and
As we throw a shoe at him.
So we've all got a long rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was about. I mean, it was definitely around midnight or so when you guys fought last night. So, long enough. So Ellen, you take care of that. That's not a problem there. So now you have a second 3-charge accumulator, so you can have a second charge of flight. Anything else anyone wants to do in the morning before you guys take off someplace?
I was also gonna send a message to my second cousin twice removed on my mother's side.
Good old Nimbus, yeah.
Good old Mr. Nimbus, to see if how the research was coming along on increasing the spell on a Manitech item, because we had talked about doing that last time I was in town, and then we were doing research on it,
Yeah.
So
He's not quite there. He's definitely. I mean, obviously, he has a prototype of a cantrip that can be upcast, and he has the variable spell effect from the gun that was created there, the arcane caster, chromatic caster. I mean,
mhm.
so he's trying to kind of working elements of that to try to figure out a way, but it's not quite the same thing. So he's essentially he will tell you that he's burned out a couple of accumulators, had to replace them, and he's had to go through a bit of conduit material to definitely uh, offset the issue with power surging and everything else he's having. So it's a bit of a technical thing there, and like uh, that can't quite be conveyed in a matter of 50 words total,
Right.
especially the two of you. So
Right. Yeah. The two of us. That would have been a very, very fun, long conversation.
yes, it would have been like cut off like the 25 words in.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, he is still working on it, but has not quite made. He's made a little bit of progress, but he hasn't quite broken through with it yet. So, um, anything else anyone wants to do that morning?
Is everyone prepared to take on Cispinel with spells and whatever?
Are we prepared to take on something that we have absolutely no idea what it is, what it can do? Yeah.
We do know what it
absolutely.
is.
We know it's some sort of plant creature
Yeah.
from the
there you go.
Feywild, but we don't know what it is and what it can do. We don't know what kind of creature it is. We don't know what abilities it has, what spells it has, if any. We don't know anything about it really, apart from that it's a plant from the Fae. And we know what that pumpkin did to Sora.
That was a little
That
different.
pumpkin didn't do
Yeah.
anything to Sora because it was taken out of her hand and was
Yeah,
told
because
that
it was making eyes at you and willing you to eat it.
and I was going
And you
to.
were just about to take a big bite out of
I
it.
sure was. I sure was. When we get back to Raven's
Okay.
Crest, I'm gonna get that pie.
Okay, so to move this along, then, so you're thinking about heading to where do you want to go to conduct this little thing here?
Probably one of the mines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably where you found, but the easiest one would be the place where you found the actual the dwarf woman who was hiding out there. That was fairly isolated, at least. It was not it was not actively in use. And just to remind you, it's been a while since you guys did this here. Assuming your spells go right, it and the timing of things works out right there, you won't have to fight the creature. And the idea is that dispel, and then
Banishment.
banishment. That's the one.
Banishment.
Yes.
But
Yep.
then, if banishment fails, then
Well, then you're fighting a creature. Yes.
yeah,
And we'll see what happens.
okay.
So, with that, you guys start heading over toward the mine. So moving across, we'll just kind of switch over to the city map.
Dude, I'm scared.
We will be.
And I believe you were up in the at sort of your riverside dock that you've been using for a while now. So you head down into the city, moving down, and just assuming you're going to just hug the outside wall over the mines over to here. Okay,
Yep.
all right. So easy enough. You're able to get over to there. Give me a perception check first of all.
Because you know I'm so good at it.
Of course, of course.
I say that every time you ask for it.
I rolled in that one.
Excellent.
11.
That's a good start.
You know, at least Lucas
Nice.
saved it. You know, there's that.
I'm busy making notes in my little journal there.
Okay. It's usually they're just kind of like moving along there, not quite tripping over things, but definitely not focusing on the area around you.
Yeah,
And with this, you are just completely lost in thought.
I'll be talking to Elia.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing here. Basically, as you're walking down there, you just sort of having a running conversation with Elia in your head. Thora, just kind of same thing. You're just noticing what's happening around you, but not really spotting anything out of place or anything.
I'll
And
play
Lucas,
with my
you have a
neighbors.
pretty good view of things. Let me just see something real quick here. Um, yeah. As you approach the mine, you will see. Uh, it's not very active. They either are on some sort of a shift change or aren't like fully or they're either on a shift change where there's no one really like present, or they're already down in the mines there. It's hard to say exactly. There's not really a lot of activity, but you're able to kind of skirt along the outside there when no one's really looking. Head into the kind of the unused mine shaft over on the right. Kind of knowing where you're going, you can just sort of like casually look, no one's looking, and dart in that way. Um, as I said, no one's really, uh, I mean, everyone's sort of focused on what they're doing for the most part. The few people that are on the surface and working, they're focused on their own tasks. So you're able to get down into the mine there. It is dark. There is the mine cart track down into there, and you're able to kind of wind your way in a little bit out of sight, um, and be able to start prepping what you want to do. Would you like to anything you want to set up, or anything you want to?
I have told Elia that if I throw her a description of this thing, I wanted to either let me know she knows what it could be, or maybe do a bit of digging and finding out if she can.
Should we tell you? In general, she does not know much about fey creatures, but
Okay.
maybe plant type things she might know about.
Mhm.
She is a forest druid, so has not spent time doing any planes hopping. Nothing she knows of specifically, but she will. If you describe it more, she will be able
Okay.
to do more. Okay. All right. Then anything? I assume you're gonna set up some lights and such.
I will. I'll go ahead and pull up the little uh, daylight globe there.
Okay. So you kind of set up there.
And,
Nice
yeah.
little illumination radius there around you. Okay.
I'll
Photosynthesis.
activate the maximum on it. So we've got 60 feet here
Okay.
of bright light.
All right.
Is
So
photosynthesis going to help it?
I mean, it's not actual daylight; it's just bright light.
Okay. All right.
Bright light,
Okay.
Yeah.
Drift globe. It's a
Yeah.
drift globe.
Yeah. So just it's just a big light bulb.
Right.
Oh no, this is the lantern of revealing. I'm sorry. This is
Oh,
my
okay.
orb of revealing, which is the same thing.
So it does. Okay.
Sort of, but yes.
So no going invisible, unless
So
you're
no going invisible. Nothing's invisible.
anywhere near Ellie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nothing invisible around you there. Okay. Um, one thing I'm just gonna make a roll real quick here. Don't mind me. All right. So you will set up there. There's enough illumination to be able to kind of see what you're doing. Okay. Um, okay. So
I'm gonna use my
Oh.
Manatech divine shield.
okay.
I will, before we start, obviously give an inspiring speech to everybody.
No problem.
Yeah.
You had plenty of time of having walked on the way there. 17 temporary hit points.
Yep, 17.
Perfect.
And then Sora will cast Aid.
Okay. Okay.
How
So
many
it's
temporary hit points?
17 temporary hit points and then
17.
17.
5 extra maximum hit points.
Correct.
Okay. Right. So any other preparations in terms of like what you want to set out or lay out or do anything else?
No.
Yeah.
Do I need to drop someone in? Or...
As soon as you retrieve the coin, Lucas, you immediately hear, because you're more attuned to it than everyone else there, that's that same typical sound, the scraping and grinding. Um, and you do know that you do need to use the book as well. So
Yeah.
you retrieve the book. Once the
Indeed.
book comes out from the little black folded up cloth there, the book is retrieved, and you all at that point can kind of hear that same scraping, grinding, almost the muffled clanking of chains, and crunching sound of something scraping over stone or bone or scales. It's hard to say exactly what the sound is. It's sort of a echoing in your ears, not around you. You can't see anything, but the sound is ever present. You set down the coin, and as before, there is with the book there in this lantern revealing, especially now, you can see that sort of faint gossamer glowing chain connecting the coin to the book. And as before, both ends need to be dispelled before the entity can be released and banished. So, who wants to do what?
I'll be doing the bookend.
Okay.
I'm powering up my mana tech in preparation of doing this, so I'll need to roll an arcane check to make sure this thing doesn't blow up in our face.
Okay.
What level are you casting Dispel?
I'm going to go 4th level.
I don't think it really matters. I don't think it really matters. It doesn't really matter with Dispel because the book's so high level. But
Yeah, you're I mean, you're all set there?
Well, the higher the better, right?
Cool.
Oh,
Nope. You still have to be a check either way against the so again, so Eldon's you're making one, right? And you're making a banishment. So
Yes.
Amethyst is making one dispel check and Lucas is making the other?
yeah,
1 second here. Go ahead and make those both of you making charisma checks.
That's unfortunate.
yeah, it's not brilliant.
We do have inspiration at the beginning of the round, guys.
Yeah, you do.
I could also
Yeah,
help.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay. And Amethyst, did you do one as well? Okay.
That's better.
Yep. So Amethyst, your end. Okay. That will do it. So effectively, the chain almost immediately, one after the other, that both ends of this chain just snap, and there's a slight. It sort of lashes back a little bit toward you, Amethyst, as Lucas's comes off a second or so before yours, and then the chain sort of like dissolves away as a entity comes into view, and the room is essentially you get a little bit of space there to be able to maneuver around this thing. So it's a fairly large, kind of hollowed out section there. So you have a little bit more room to maneuver. But this thing of tree, vine, plant, it just this writhing mass of plant matter, sort of like it almost seems to erupt out of the ground and kind of move up to the ceiling and lashing out, and you see these long thorned vines whipping around wildly. As Eldon, you are waiting for this, so go ahead and
Yes.
cast a spell.
So, someone's playing the bongos.
Yes.
Yes. As I'll reach out my hand that has the Manatech gauntlet on it, or the Mizum gauntlet, and lightning courses off of it and shoots out as banishment is active.
Okay. All right, and that's
DC 19.
And what's the, is it intelligence save, wisdom save?
I believe it's. Oh no.
Is it the spell?
Yeah, banishment. Want to see which save it is?
It's charisma.
Charisma?
Yeah, charisma. Charisma save. Yep.
Okay. Immediately you see this thing tearing up to the ground there. It starts to lash out there, and then this bluish white bolt of energy comes out of Eldon's Mizium gauntlet there, slamming into it, and it just it's just sort of, it doesn't explode. It just sort of like fades from existence. As these vines sort of are lashing in your direction there, and then just sort of like fade for a moment. Um, Eldon, you continue to hold the spell, holding it, prepping it there, as we'll make another test to see if it can do any better. Not much better. It's sort of resisting, but it just is not. You are holding the spell there, and we'll say that there's sort of like there's a bit of a faint image of the creature, this thing, just barely visible in the light that's around you here. But there's this continuous bolt of energy, this same almost like electrical electricity, lashing out from Eldon, kind of keeping that form at bay. But it's just sort of like not making any progress. One more, and with that, the thing doesn't seem to be able to penetrate there. It just sort of like fades from view. And Eldon, you feel this almost like a pull, as this thing like literally gets like and you can kind of see the image of the Feywild around it as it's sort of like being pulled in, and you kind of start to feel yourself pulled in that direction and then let go as the plant creature dissipates. And the book in your hand, Lucas, goes silent, as much as it ever does. You all hear this sound of scraping and clanking of chains has faded, and Cispinel seems to be no longer among you.
Fantastic. 1 down. 3 down now.
Can I see any more
We
chains
have
in the
9,
book?
right?
Yeah.
You do not see any. You do not see anything specifically. I would say, give me a perception check, Lucas, to see if you can kind of catch any. Nothing that's you can feel that there's more. There you can feel that there's sort of like faint tendrils coming off the book, but you can't discern a direction or proximity or anything like that. You know that there are some connections still to it. One thing with this one, you hear a faint sigh, almost satisfaction in the sound. Just a little bit of a sound, just in the back, just in your mind. Not so much that no one else can hear this, just that you holding the book can hear that. As if something has been released. Obviously, a connection has been severed, so that could be it as well.
I'll put the book away.
Yeah, you better.
Sec here. Okay, so you've pulled up there and put it away.
Dude, we should go to the pub. Have a drink. Wait for all this to blow over.
Okay, one sec here. I was in here. You start to turn toward the entrance and head back the way you came.
Uh-oh.
That doesn't sound good.
Uh-oh.
Remember, I'm still holding actions in case anything wants to try and fight.
All right. So you will head back toward the entrance there, seeing the brightness, uh, essentially kind of moving toward you. It is still obviously early morning.
All right.
Okay.
I
So,
expected something to come out at us then.
yeah, I did too.
Yes.
But you did you did do really
Okay.
well on that spell.
Yep. Yep.
So,
So as you make your way to the entrance there, a stout figure steps out into view. And Bar, would you like to go ahead and uh
Fireball. Rob just went fireball.
Yeah. No, I'll step out and I'm gonna say I'll say hello and uh, I'll greet Nans and everybody or Sora and uh, and introduce myself as Grimbar. I says um, I tell him that excuse me, I'm sorry, trying to get my notes right.
No worries. Can I put you on the spot there? So,
Yeah.
look at dwarf.
first, while you start doing that, go ahead and just describe yourself there as you kind of,
All right.
yeah.
You got a dwarf. He's about 4'10". He's a little on the taller side, thin, and he's got a black beard, black hair, typical braided beard, and so I got I'm not really cloaked, but I got a dark cloak on. I don't have a hood on. And
Well, the hood's pulled back a moment there, would you say?
and I'm just looking for the name I'm supposed to have. It was
You may need to drop that one just yet, but
okay.
yeah.
But and I just said I've been sent to find you and been told that you might need some help. As I babble and dribble all over myself trying to get this right.
Not a problem.
Who sent you?
Yeah, by whom?
Well, there you go. I guess now you need to find it out.
Yeah.
I can.
It's her name is
There you go.
Marvel Amberboss. That's it.
Maeve?
She's
Maybe.
she
Yep.
is-
Yep.
Maple
sent-
sent you.
She sent me this and says she may need some help.
Well, maybe, but
Now, Grimbar, I will say one thing. You would have spotted these folks at least once or twice, hanging out in the tankard, the double tankard. They do tend to stand out, especially Sora and Amethyst, as there aren't too many tabaxi running around, and not too many blue-scaled dragonkin running around town either, especially in the heavy armor. The gnome in crazy decked out technological gear, and the very pretty, at this point, bearded half elf with instruments and such on his back and everything else.
Pretty?
What you would notice too is that at least once or twice you've seen them, they've actually gone and talked to Mabel at the high table where she usually hangs out along with her two companions. She pretty much always has, if not one or both of them, are almost always with her at any given time. So you definitely would have spotted these folks before here. Yeah, from that, just to kind of bit of extra knowledge of what you've seen of them. So feel free to continue from there. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Amethyst will look at the wall and start talking to somebody. She's going to do a sending to Mabel. and say,
Mhm.
"You sent a dwarf to us."
Well, he has done work for us, and figured, as you're currently rogueless, I believe, his skills might be helpful.
Oh, okay, cool, nice. All right,
Helpful how?
I mean,
all right.
I didn't hear it. Never mind. That was the misunderstanding.
I will let Sora know. Can confirm. Mabel did send him. So, alarm bells lowered for now.
for now.
Yeah. Maybe halfway, not all the way.
No, I trust Mabel, definitely.
So,
I don't.
Grimbar, just to kind of clarify something here for you here, just sort of like, um, uh, various odd jobs and anything else. Mabel,
Froze.
He froze.
Oh no, he super froze.
Oh, he froze in a bad spot. The last one was great. He was all like this.
I know, he was very handsome the last time he froze. This time it looks like he's trying to clap and failing.
It's okay. It's okay.
He's still handsome though, isn't he?
It's
Did
the
I
hair.
freeze up?
The hair.
You did. You did.
Yeah.
You're still frozen. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah, no, you're still froze bad.
I wonder if he's getting a storm out there.
I hope not.
Oof, I'd love it to have one here.
I know, we need it bad.
We really do.
What's up today though?
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, Jim. Now we can't hear you.
I can.
I can.
hear you.
I hear him fine.
I can't hear
I
him.
can hear him. There's no sound on the screen.
We can't hear you.
No, there's no sound on the screen. Not from Jim. We can all hear you, but YouTube can't.
No, like I said, I couldn't hear him.
I haven't lost you.
Can hear everybody else on YouTube except for Jim.
Yeah, what's weird is you can hear all of us except for Jim, and I can't hear Jim and hear the rest of you.
I think it's your fault.
Yep. It's alright. Kool-Aid Man to the rescue.
I can hear you still.
It's on YouTube, and it's no, still nothing.
Yeah, everything's just frozen on YouTube. Everybody. Oh. Dude.
Try logging out and coming back in.
I don't think it's you though. I think it's Nantan because we can all hear you.
But YouTube can't
Alright,
hear
I'm
him
gonna
either.
be back. Are we taking like 5 minutes? Ish. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Let me check my end. Hello? Hello? No, it's doing that weird thing again, Bernie, where I can hear you all, but I can't hear Jim. And
Yeah.
That is really weird.
oh, now I can hear
Oh,
Jim.
You can hear me? Okay, good. So we're
Yeah.
all good?
Yep.
Okay, good. My internet signal is still kind of weak, so I'm hoping it doesn't go out
all
entirely,
the
but
cameras are now
why my
off.
internet...
Okay, they're back.
Yep. Still testing. Can you still hear me,
We
Jim?
can hear Jim again now.
You're
YouTube's
good.
got Jim again now.
Cool.
Okay.
We got it. It'll be okay. Darn storms. Are you getting a storm, Jim?
No, it's totally clear here. But, I mean, we have had some cloud cover in and out, so maybe it could be something along those lines. Uh, uh, so yeah. Anyway, while Eldon is away for just a moment here, you guys are able to discuss a little bit more with Grimbar. Effectively, yes. Uh, while you have none of you have really noticed him in the Temple Tanker specifically, um, dwarves are fairly common clientele among the people there. So it's like he would probably just blend into the crowd for the most part. He hasn't stood out or identified himself in any way specifically. Amethyst, at one point, you may have seen, because you spent the most time speaking with Mabel and the group there. So now you're thinking about it, at one point you may have seen this person come up and deliver something to Mabel or step away from the table as you were there, as you approached. Um, so now you're thinking about it, you think you probably have seen this person interacting with her or maybe even Ionhar, one of the two. Um, so with that in mind, though, basically, yes, there seems to be a new person there. Essentially, you're kind of at the entrance of the mine. You haven't quite left it yet there, but he's sort of like standing near the entrance as you guys kind of have the faint smell, almost a faint lingering smell of plant and maybe like mulch in the air behind you. It's sort
Earthy
of
smell.
fading away. Yeah. Maybe not of the mine, more something you smelled similar to when you first arrived in the Feywild a few days. Well, at this point, about 24 hours ago, you
Yeah.
realized.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a long day.
Yes.
Yes.
2 days. Yeah, about 48 hours ago. So.
Yeah.
Well, hello. My name is Eldon Mernig, of House Mernig. I am the crafter of the group. We are indeed in need of assistance. It is good to meet you. What was your name again, sir?
It's Grimbar. Just call me Grim.
Mr. Grimm. Yes. This is Miss Amethyst, Miss Sora, and Mr. Lucas. Yes.
You're the caster of the group? The only caster of the group?
I said the crafter.
Crafter.
I thought you said
crafter of-
caster. Oh, I forget.
No. We actually, just a quick brief of all of us. We all are indeed of magical disposition. Yes, and we all cast spells. Yes.
Sorry. Just looking for an argument.
Yes,
So,
quick rundown for those of you. For you, Grim, we have ourselves an artificer wizard person, the gnome there. We have the Tabaxi. You saw them cast spells there just a minute ago. Just sort of like just seem to pull energy out of the air and do things. A armored dragonkin there, blue scale. You did see them cast
Paladin.
spells as well.
I didn't cast any spells.
You cast aid on the way before you started up there, so yes, you did cast a spell.
Well, it doesn't count, but yeah.
I mean, there's a
Some
visual
counts.
effect from it, yes, definitely. And then the half elf person there who held some sort of weird book there that made some strange sounds, and he cast a spell as well. But you do see an instrument on his back. So that's who you see in front of you. Any weapons in evidence on Grim?
He's got a bow strapped around his thing. It's just a short bow. It's ornate. It's ornately carved, and on the either end of the bow where the strings knock or laughs onto the wood is looks like dragon wings on it. And looks like I'm carrying some sort of weapon underneath my cloak. You know, looks like I got a sword of some sort, and maybe a few daggers.
Okay. Right. So, with that in mind here, with this person there, what would you like to do next? Where you guys thinking? Where you guys headed?
I want to ask him how he knew where to find us.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
I was told that you guys would be in an area, and I just hung around until I found you, and then I followed you for a while.
So you followed us here, and you didn't even help us with what just happened.
Well,
Didn't look like you needed help.
Oh, that's true.
I don't blame him. I mean, to insert yourself inside of a group to say, do you all want help? Well, we're doing something not very many people know that we're doing. Kind
Yeah,
of.
you walk into a dark hole, and then somebody just says, "Hi, how are you doing?"
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a good way to.
Hammer across the face. Yep. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. You notice that the dragonkin is carrying a warhammer on each side of their hip.
I'm familiar.
Strange bluish, glowing, bluish armor as well. That looks very, very odd, and it's
It's kind of the same lightning-y effect that the gnome is also pulsing around with.
Yep.
On his arm and the strange backpack contraption on his back. Metal container with fluid running through it that's bright blue.
Yep. So, where would you like to head next? What would you like to?
Well, we were going to go to the Tumble Tankard, weren't we?
Yeah, I think we should still go to the Tumble Tankard.
Make sense. Okay. So, that being right around here, you guys are able to make your way sort of partially back along Arcane Avenue, Arcane Boulevard, I mean, and then kind of a little quick jog down to the south, and then over to you see that the large coming to view first there, the large 9-story structure, blocky looking structure of the Copperhead Inn. And just pass that up there into the smaller building nestled up to the side of it there, the Tumble Tankard. It is, as you enter, the most subdued. You've never been here for breakfast before. You've been in the vicinity, but never really gone in at breakfast time here. And there's really not much going on there. It's quiet. There's not a lot happening. There's a few folks there. At least a couple people look to be maybe passed out in the booths. Kind of like just kind of sleeping off whatever party they had the night before. But there's really not a large number. There's not a large crowd in here. So as you approach, the bartenders at the front bar there kind of look up as you enter. One sec here.
I think that we'll just go to a table that's kind of in the back, right? Just kind of hang out in the back and order some milk for everybody?
I'm assuming Mabel and Ian are not here.
They are not here currently.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not here 24/7. They're just tend to be when things are more
That's funny.
lively for the most part.
They could live here. We don't know.
I would say,
I'm gonna order something to eat.
what's that?
I said I'm gonna order something to eat
Okay,
and a large tankard of mead.
excellent. So, effectively, as you enter there, Grim, at least one of the bartenders kind of waves to you, and then kind of looks at the people you're with, and kind of gives a little, kind of a little bit of a confused look, maybe, and then
I'll give him a
gives a
grin.
shrug. Okay, gives a shrug, and as you lead him over to one of the booths off to the side there, off the kind of out of the way, it's within a few moments there, server comes over. A strangely happy-looking female dwarf, kind of blonde hair, just pulled back into sort of this weird twisting braid up on the top, kind of on the top of the head, almost like a bun, but very intricately braided and everything else kind of sitting up on top there. What can I get you today? Let me guess. Mead and the full rasher platter. Is that right? To you there, Grim.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, right. How about the rest of you?
I will take a black tea. Yes.
Sure. Right. Dirty water. Got it.
I'll have the same, but throw some eggs on as well, please.
You want some black tea and some eggs?
Tea with eggs.
No. Same.
Oh.
I said the same as him.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. You want the meat and want the meat as well?
Yeah. Why not?
All right then. Sure.
I'll take the same food as him, but I want milk, please.
Sure.
Level it.
Any specific variety of milk?
Surprise me. As long as it doesn't
You
have
got
alcohol in it.
Not Tabaxi milk.
Milk?
That's alcoholic milk. I don't
Don't-
know if we
no.
serve that here, but I'm sure it's okay. We'll find something there for you. And you, and she sort of like leans over to you there, Lucas. There, and you.
Just an ale, thank you.
Okay then. Eating light, I see. Gotta keep your figure. Right. All right. So just a moment there, and she kind of like wanders off. And drinks come over real quick here. And then with food, some pretty large platters of food. Probably Grim, just right around for you, Eldon. Your tea is kind of plunked down there, and just sort of like it looks like dirty water, but it smells like tea. Just and with this, your food there with the eggs and a disturbingly large kind of flagon of mead for breakfast time. Thora, your milk is kind of brownish in color.
Oh, chocolate milk.
Well then, brownish in color.
But it's not really white milk. I mean,
Did say surprise me. I'm gonna sniff it. Does it smell like milk?
Jim's
I know he
frozen.
froze again.
Oh no.
Dude.
Oh, he said his signal was weak. It's alright.
Yeah.
It happens.
Let's talk about him while he's gone. What should we say?
You should growl more often.
What was Grim is going to flat out ask? He says, "So what was that thing that came out of the book that?" And I look at the gnome and say that he cast a spell on.
It didn't
So,
come out of the book. It came out as a coin. Lucas used the book to get rid of it. We sent it back to where it came from.
I misunderstood what was going on, but okay.
It's fine. No,
Yes.
it's fine.
So what
From,
was?
from
It's
that
a bit confusing. It is, in fact, a fey creature by the name of Cispinel, a plant-based creature that was once a lieutenant of the Mad Mage, the Dark King. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Craziness. Listen, I don't know
We-
why we're spilling all of our secrets to him, but he's all new and whatnot.
I mean, he just saw it happen. It's not really all of our secrets. He was
Right,
asking what he just saw.
Grumble as
Um,
I sniff my milk, Jim. What does my milk smell like?
It smells a little. I mean, it doesn't have a strong scent to it. Um, you're able to. It tastes fine. It just looks a little odd. You're not sure exactly what kind of milk it is specifically, but it tastes fine.
Okay, okay.
Doesn't smell sour or anything else. Doesn't smell odd. It just smells like milk, but it's kind of a brownish color instead of white.
I'm gonna ask the dude that brought it what animal gives brown milk.
Brown cows.
It's kind of like
What else would bring brown milk, Amethyst? Brown cows.
Brown cows give white milk.
They do?
Are you sure about that?
I'm not.
Yes.
I've never milked a cow to
Yes.
know.
100%
Yes,
sure,
and-
yes. Jim, stop freezing.
I pick up my mead and I say, "This is so much easier." I drink my mead.
Yeah, I might do the same, to be honest. I need a drink after all this.
Wait, what else would give you brown milk? I mean, besides dirty milk, but it doesn't seem to be dirty.
I don't know, maybe it's got mud in it. I don't know, dude.
Well, neither do I. It could be.
Oh, Jim.
Have you ever seen a brown cow?
Wow, that was.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, I'm
You're
gonna
back.
try to restart here real fast because this is just going worse here. So let me restart everything. So I'll be back in just a minute. There, can you reset here? So sorry about this.
No.
Yeah.
Will go funky for a hot minute, but we'll be okay.
Yep. So
Yeah.
I'll be right back. So sorry about
Alright.
this. Those of you watching,
Probably won't talk about you.
that's fine. Go right ahead. Keep talking amongst yourselves. It's fine.
We will.
Okay.
All right. So what do you do, Grimbar, for an occupation normally?
You're muted.
I run errands, and I'm not. I'm talking deliberate, not slow. But he says He says I run errands. I find things, and I bring them to whoever needs them, who's ever asking for me to find them for them. Could be information, could be trinkets, could be people.
So what's your speciality? I hit things. Amethyst casts things.
I hit things as well.
You hit things too? But like from far away or up close?
Mabel said he's a rogue. She said we might need a rogue, so that's why she sent him.
I like to acquire
It's a-
things.
Damn shame we got rid of those songbird daggers, dude.
Right?
You'll have to ask Alindra and see who she sold them to.
Or
She sold them for a lot of money.
she did.
I know she
And
I know
we
she
got
did.
a lot of money for it. So well, hopefully they go to the right person.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so Grimbar, do you like to do more the stabby or the shooty? Because I see you have a bow.
I like to be prepared, but I don't mind getting up close. I don't mind getting dirty.
A dirty dwarf. You would have took it. All right. What's next? Welcome back, Jim. Nope, can't hear you again.
Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
Oh, yep, OBS just crashed.
all kinds of fun today.
Nope, I fixed it. We're good.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
All of the
Excellent.
technical issues.
Yeah, it wasn't OBS.
Yeah.
What happened is when Jim left, it left from my Discord and OBS screamed about it. So I have to go back in, test my mic, even though there's nothing wrong with my mic, to bring Jim back in.
Gotcha.
It's all
Well, hopefully it
gravy.
doesn't happen anymore. We'll knock on wood. And it would be all good.
Yep.
So, hopefully this. I'm not sure what's going on out there right now, but we'll see where we are here. But yes, food is brought out to you guys. You're able to talk and everything else. Is there any? Yeah. So I'm not sure what I missed exactly. So I was in and out of the conversation there. So, anybody has any questions for?
We were just talking to Grim about what he likes to do.
Excellent.
I told him I like to acquire things, and that my job is acquiring things, information, people, or objects.
So you
Exactly.
said you do errands. Who do you do errands for, Maeve?
She's my current one I've been working for some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I've seen
Real
you before.
quick.
I started
Real
with
quick.
her Opera Vale.
Real quick, what?
Right. Okay.
Real quick, Grimbar, how old are you? Did you decide on an age for you?
I
Not that you
figured,
need to tell these guys here, but in terms of like
I figured
what you
I'm
might
about-
know based on your age.
about
That's
80.
the lady. That
Okay.
I
Okay,
know, right?
so about the same age as Mabel and Iron are then. So you might have known them for a while here.
Yeah.
Just so you have, real quick here, just so we know, dwarves tend to hit kind of like young adulthood in
About-
their between 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
And it may be a little bit different than the player's handbook, but I mean, it's an Avress here. Between 30s and 40s, they sort of hit that adulthood, so kind of late teens or early 20s for humans and Tabaxi and Dragonkin. And then somewhere around, at this point in your 80s, you're considered like fully adult. It'd be kind of your equivalent of your like late 20s, early 30s for a human. So you're kind of in that I am fully adult now. No one's going to call me a kid anymore, kind of
Correct.
thing.
Yeah.
There's no real streaks of gray in the beard at all yet there, so you're still sort of in that younger looking state at least. So with that though, you know that Mabel and Ironheart both are around the same age as you. So it's very likely you would have seen them, and you would know that Mabel did grow up in Coppervale initially. You don't think that having worked for them, it would have let slip there that Ironheart worked mostly out of Silverport, which is sort of a port town on the north east edge, up on the coastline, kind of where the mountains meet the coast there.
Okay.
In Coppervale, sort of that little sea trade port there. Ironheart did most of his earlier work in there,
And she's
though he
human,
and Mabel
right?
have been hanging out for quite a while. No, she's a dwarf also. Mabel's a dwarf. Mabel and
is-
Ironheart. Yeah, Mabel and
know-
Ironheart are both dwarves. Yeah.
I know Ironheart was a dwarf. I thought she was human.
No, she's also a dwarf. And then Perrin, the third person that she has there, is a half elf. He's a very quiet, robe wearing monk. You barely ever hear him say any words there. Where Mabel and Ironheart do most of the talking. So
Okay.
of those, so yeah, those are the guys you see there. Pretty much, you've never seen Mabel without Perrin. Ironheart does go off and do his own sort of like jobs every now and then. He does have a bit of a criminal bent, as well. He has some contacts in similar veins that you've had in the past.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, though, food is brought out. It is fairly. It is good, hearty food. Lots of meat, lots of sausages and breakfast meats and everything else. Kind of a variety of ham, bacon, sausages, and such.
And I hand her an empty mug and say, "Why is this empty?"
Oh well, we'll
And
get you some more then.
Smile at her.
Um,
And
Essentially, we'll just say that she sort of like smiles at you and kind of like pulls out a mug from like behind her and hands it to you. Takes the empty and goes to the bar. I figured.
Yeah.
No need to be rude.
Been here too much, dude. Been here too much.
Huh?
If like she knew to bring him a refill, like that means he's been here too much.
He's friends with Mabel.
Well, that's
Yeah.
fine, I guess.
Yeah. They literally just call her Goldie because kind of the golden kind of blonde hair and everything else. That they just sort of, you know, you know that's not her real name, but it's what all anyone ever really calls her. So,
Mm.
um,
All right, so I
so
guess
with
he
yeah,
she hired you to come with us. I guess we should show him the airship because that's where we're going to be spending sleepy times.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. She hired me. She said that she knew some people that needed some help. They need some help and pointed me in that direction. You know, so but I'm not necessarily hired by her.
So how long are you helping
Known
for? Is this a
known her,
permanent thing?
known her
Or
for some time until I get tired or you get tired.
okay.
Tired or retired?
or
I
just
will always
plain dead.
I will
No,
always go.
there's no
That
Or that.
dying.
I mean,
Uh,
All right. I guess.
as you're wrapping up, you're sort of like kind of figuring out what you're going to do, talking about going to the airship, and um, uh, you will see a sort of a person step in the door, kind of looking around, um, kind of like looking among the clientele. You see you see a little satchel over their shoulder. Seems sort of a insignia that you don't quite recognize. At least at first, there, kind of almost almost like a little like a very thin tabard over a plain tunic and uh, um, woolen trousers and boots and such, and uh, fairly young human by the look of them. They kind of like looking through the place there, and his eyes settle on your table as you're starting to kind of discuss where to go. And he steps up and says, I believe this is for you. He kind of looking at the four of you. He doesn't look at you, Grimbar. Um, but says, he sort of sits on the table there. There you go. Uh, Message delivered, and have a very nice day.
Wait. Who brought it to
And
you? Told you to bring
uh,
it here.
um, I was told to uh, deliver the message, and you see on there is the official seal of Port Oruss is on the little folded up piece of paper there. Um, uh, uh, the uh, the he's just very, very nervous. Like, I just need this delivery. A summons from the keep. Uh, thank you very much, and sort of bows and like kind of like and heads out the door.
Wait, the
who's it
keep.
for?
It's for us from the keep.
Looks very, very
Us.
nervous, obviously, all around.
I think this is from the Duchess.
Oh, God.
I don't want to read it. Eldon, you read it.
I will take out a little knife and cut it real quick, and then pull it open
Yep.
and read the letter.
Okay.
Out loud.
It explodes. No,
See, this
no.
is why I gave it to Eldon.
So, uh, your presence is requested at the keep at your earliest convenience. And it is signed with a very elaborate sort of a KM.
KM.
Dude.
In your research that you did find here at Calda Maltanas is the name of the Duchess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Graham, you see a kind of a royal missive dropped on the table in front of you as these folks here have just gotten a summons from the Duchess. Um, you will know that none of your jobs, none of your things have ever taken you to the keep. You have always been instructed, in fact, ordered to steer clear of it.
Mm-hmm.
There is no time you've ever. It is the place over here on the map there with the. Those yellow lines are just walls and little towers set up there. It is the largest structure in the city. It is a kind of elaborate terraced castle up the side of the canyon wall, with an actual like wall at the very top of the canyon wall there with towers on it. It is basically lots of guards. The Ranger Corps, the military also kind of man the walls on the upper area. City guards, specialized city guards man the walls on the lower levels, and the little gates that enter on either sides on the three entrances that kind of go in there.
Do you guys think it's from us asking all the questions about the Duchess to all those people?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel comfortable going. But I don't think
Oh.
that this is one of those things that we can say, nope.
I don't think we have a choice.
No, I don't think we do either.
Yeah, we just teleport out of here.
Yeah, like
Wasn't given to
anything's
me,
that
so I don't
simple.
have to go.
So far, of the two properties. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face. Of the two properties that she owns or lives in, one of them was full of Yonti, some sort of teleportation device that took us to the Feywild, of which we have no way of getting back again if that happens again. And some high-level caster of some sort of Fey person. The other one is where the werewolf was coming from. We know that he was within. And this is the place she wants us to go to. Tonight's a full moon, so I don't think we should go tonight. We should probably go during the day.
We can go now. Said earliest convenience.
We can, it's still early in the day.
It's probably a trap, though. You know that, right?
It's most likely a trap.
I think she's going to try and kill us. And we know that she knows now what we're capable of because her men were watching us fight the werewolves yesterday.
Last night?
Yeah.
You might be
So
being
we're
a
there
bit
within
paranoid.
Paranoid.
Grim, I would just say this, as they're talking about this, you're fairly certain if the Duchess wanted them dead, they would have been dead, like, easily. Part of the reason why never go there is the fact that, yeah, it's, there is a lot of power there, a lot of, again, an entire city guard's worth of people and an entire military faction as well. So
She wouldn't have to call them in to make. Basically, they won't. She wouldn't have to call them in to make it.
No.
The dispatch them. She just sends out a platoon of people to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, this,
And I'll relay that. And I'll speak my mind on it. And they got enough people in there that she doesn't have to call you in to do it. I don't know what you did to make her mad, why you're worried about going to see her, but
I'm not worried.
I didn't do anything. I mean, there was that house I busted through the wall on. But that's
I think she's got one of the coins. That was my original thought.
Let's go find out.
Yeah, let's go find out. Eldon, are you down? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Eldon, can you cast Identify?
Of course.
Could you identify the... Did we identify Xanthor's coin?
nope, never did.
You should probably identify both coins.
Both
because
of them, yeah.
Both
Okay.
of them.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead and hand those to me. Well, she can wait. She can wait for 20 minutes.
Sure.
I mean, she said our
Um,
earliest convenience, so yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you take
I
the
will
time to kind of.
ritual. Yeah, I'll pull out my my magical cog with all of the symbols in ritual cast identify.
Sure thing. While that's you do so, it's not. You will find that both coins. One sec here. Let me just finish up one thing real fast. Yeah. So the Zathor's coin, is the coin of shadow. And while you get initially a one thing real fast, let me double check that what that ability is initially. One sec here. Um,
Is this a homebrew?
yes.
I thought so.
You will. You realize that it allows you to cast invisibility once per day. Um,
Hmm. That won't help with Eldon and his lovely armor stuff.
oh, sorry. No, hit the back. No. Sorry, no, that's not correct. So there is some sort of obscuring magic about it. It is shadow-based magic there. Let me clarify that, though. Actually, no, it is not invisibility. It is. Sorry. Um, it actually. Come on now. It's a while since I wrote this up here. And unfortunately, as I mentioned before, my notes are in the house, so I don't have my actual notes in front of me.
Mm.
So, oh yes, actually, to the back, it does. It is the spell Cause Fear. That you cast Cause Fear.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Do we think that might do something else once you're attuned to it? Because that's the case with mine.
Exactly. Yes. And that's where the invisibility comes from.
Okay.
Just having the coin lets you cast Cause Fear. If you're attuned to it, it will let you cast invisibility as well.
Right. That's cool.
Spispinel's coin. Let's switch over to that. That one lets you cast Druidcraft. And what's the other one here? It is and fully attuned, it'll cast Druidcraft, Thorn Whip, and Entangle.
Nice.
So
That's cool.
effectively, what Zathor's coin is, when you're attuned to it, gives you the Shadow Touched feat. When you're attached, you get Magic Initiate for Druid with Thorn Whip, um, Druidcraft, and Entangle. And yeah, that's all it would do. So effectively, it kind of gives you a free feat, is what these coins do seem to be. Now the entities they're bound to them no longer are there. You know they were able to do much more powerful things when the creatures were still bound to them, but that's the lingering effect now.
Hey, what if the Duchess was attuned to Cispinel's coin, and by us getting rid of him, it's freed her from something?
It's
I mean, no,
possible.
it was attuned to Cispinel's coin.
It
We
was.
killed it.
Yeah, we killed him.
Yeah, Koa had it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the snake.
yeah.
Akoa.
Oh yeah,
Remember we had to kill all the snakes? Even though they
Yeah.
weren't doing anything?
I remember. Sorry.
Yeah. No worries. It's totally fine. It is definitely a good idea. Let me just I realize I didn't bring in the picture for this. Come up here, so I'm glad I remembered. One sec here. Adding in something really quickly. I'm going to throw a map up real fast. I prepped the map, it didn't load it in Roll20. So here we go. There we are. Let me zoom back out. Okay. All right. So, you are. So you're gonna head to the keep.
Now that we've identified the coins,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Uh, you head back that direction there, moving across the city. It takes a while because obviously you're right about here, and you have to basically move up across the river into the little neighborhood where you were fighting the werewolves last night, and head up to the little gate that's right here. Okay. So as you approach, you will see a pair of guards standing at the gate there. Um, sort of like the kind of obviously alert uh, for any sort of and as you approach there, they sort of like become a little bit more alert. Um, and state your business, please.
Eldon, show him the letter.
I will show them the letter.
He takes it and yes, of course. One moment, and he'll basically just sort of like pause for a moment there, and a spell seems to be cast. You're not sure. Um, High enough arcana there. It's the message cantrip. Um, and
Wow.
basically at their moment. All right then. Just a moment. We'll have escort bring you inside. And within a couple, I mean, within less than a minute, you will see a pair of less heavily armed, but still obviously guard type people. They aren't in the guys at the gate there are some with the full like armor, helmets, halberds. And the other, well, one of them has a halberd, the other one has sword and shield. And while the sword and shield are the sword is sheathed, the person with the halberd is sort of like ready to go here. The guys that approach there aren't in full like plate armor or anything else, but they're definitely armed and armored and everything else like guards would be. And they just this way, please. We'll bring you inside. And he sort of waves you forward.
I want to like be investigating everything. I'm looking for signs of lycanthropy, fun things everywhere. Like just
Whee!
And the Feywild.
Okay. Keeping your senses open, looking around like that, you don't see anything that's obviously Feywild. Now, again, just to kind of show you the approach here, as you go inside the gates, you are approaching. If you look down here, kind of a little in the map there. Essentially, you see this massive kind of. You hear the rush of water as you step into the gates there, and there's a large grassy area in the front there, and you see this kind of this cascading waterfalls from the canyon walls ahead of you. There's this large grass covered shrubs and trees, but nothing here looks unnatural. It's beautiful and well kept. But it has a natural look to it. Not so much unnatural. You don't sense any sort of like strange fey magic or anything else, but it's extremely meticulously well tended and not even really manicured, but very clean and well cared for.
Dwarven
Like
built.
the keep does have some dwarven characteristics in the way it's built there. The grounds do not. There are no statuary, although there is sort of a stone pathway that sort of leads up toward the first terrace, essentially. And then some stairs that lead up kind of just to the right of this bottom waterfall. And so as you approach these like large stone stairs, you see that the waterfall is cascading, and it's actually cascading down both sides of the staircase. See kind of water cascading down these, and it's all natural terraced. It's not really again the landscape here looks very natural but well tended, and so the water is just tumbling down either side. A bit of mist rising around you as you walk up these stairs toward that this first terrace right about here. Okay. Are we able to see that? Yeah, I should be able to see that. So, one sec here. Yeah. So kind of right. This first terrace here. You see this is kind of a long, maybe 20 to 30 foot a tall stone structure as the base here, with a almost a tower and a secondary sort of thin structure leading up to this a third, a fourth, and even a fifth terrace up to the top. So it's hard to see where any sort of actual like dwelling is there. But this lowest terrace here is the largest one as you're approaching it there. And there is a large gate at the top of the stairs that you approach. There's no real statuary or anything else. It's all very well maintained stonework and everything else, but nothing that's has any sort of like. It all looks somewhat plain in its design, well built. The only thing you do see is above the gate is the crest of the Gervon family, the Gervon nation's crest, over top of the gate as you approach. You've seen that in books and other places and everything else you approach there. At the front gate are two more heavily armed and armored guards, and they sort of stand aside there as your two escorts there will lead you up to the gate. Anything you want to do specifically on your way up or as you approach? Okay. All right. Okay. So you enter into... What's that?
Just be mega aware of everything and just,
Yep. You don't sense any. I mean, obviously, you sense eyes on you, of course. I mean, there's guards and everything else. You're perceptive enough there. Those are the higher perceptions there. We'll see that there are definitely people on top of the structure there, sort of like parapets, and there are people kind of manning the walls on the various terraces up there. So you definitely see there are other guardsmen, some archers, people with crossbows. I mean, it's not like there's a lot of people milling about, but there are definitely presence of guard type folks there in evidence. So as you enter this large sort of entry chamber, it's sort of a massive open structure, and the sound of the waterfalls behind you kind of fade away as you step in, and there's a warm glow all around you of torchlight and chandeliers, and everywhere you look there is just very much very clean, very beautiful stonework and metalwork and everything else. And this entry hall, there are two side passages leading off this entry hall there, and then one set of double doors that you are escorted on the way there. This chamber is probably about 30 feet across, maybe about 40 feet long. And just sort of like this, the tile work is very kind of mosaic tile as you walk up toward there, kind of an intricate pattern of the tile work there as you approach the double doors. The guard,
my arcane cannon in my bag of holding.
Okay, you took it away.
Yeah.
The guards do not remove any weapons from you. They do not check your things. They do not take anything away from you. They don't seem concerned, from what you can tell. Obviously they are on alert, but they are definitely.
That being said, is my jagged blade quiet?
It is not tingling in the way of danger, specifically, okay, but there is a strange buzzing from it.
Well, almost like it's sensing family.
Home. Yeah. It's sort of like this weird sort of like hum. It's almost like a humming sensation. Sort of a soft buzz from the thing there, and almost like a faint hum in your mind as you approach. Definitely a feeling of recognition.
Yeah.
That it's
I did wonder
that it's home. Okay. The two more guards at the double doors there open, and you are led into a rather ornate chamber, and you are at the very bottom of the chamber here. And you will see sort of a gallery off to either side there, rich looking chairs there, a strange greenish Not unnatural, but the greenish tile and the stairs covered in sort of you can see sort of the tile work and maybe like sort of almost like a carpet that kind of covers the stairs with the gallery on either side. Yeah, you can go ahead and drag yourselves onto the map there. Um, and grab on the bottom of the map here. And I realized I don't have the right image for it.
So you're gonna have an audience in here while she tries to kill us, or what?
One thing real fast here. Let me.
Nope, I can't.
I will let you do it. Let me check that. Let me make sure your token is set right. Token properties. It should. We'll check there. Let me make sure. Let me drag you on there so you can move it around real quick here. Let me just do that. Okay, you should see yourself at the bottom of the map there. Can you move it now yourself?
Yep.
Got it? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah. All right. So as you enter here, again, there's sort of this whole thing. Let me just one thing here. Okay. Sorry, I need to bring this up. Yes. As you enter, there is nobody else in this room. There is nobody else here. You literally, it's just this long, echoing space. Sorry, I'm just getting the image in place here for you once it appears. And you can see there's a platform in the middle of the room. Some sort of almost like an altar of some kind there, with something kind of sitting on top of it. As you start to approach there, you see it is a broken sword in pieces.
Did the guards come in with us?
They did not.
Although maybe not
They
go outside
essentially,
yourself.
as they open the door and allow you inside there, they say, "You may approach. The uh, the Duchess will speak with you soon. I am certain."
Eldon turns back while walking past the sword and looks at Amethyst and gestures towards the sword.
What sort of sword is it? What does it look like?
It is a long sword. It is sort of in pieces, and there seem to be some pieces missing. A not something you recognize offhand. Um, there doesn't seem to be any aura of magic about it for the most part. Although this room does have a distinct presence
Aura.
of magic. Not like specific, it's just sort of a low hum of magic in the room there. Those of you who are arcane and tuned. And there are these strange kind of almost like glowing blue flowers in various little places around there. Not fully symmetrically, but there are these strange and they remind you a little bit of some of the flowers and such you saw on the Feywild, but nothing specific. But they give us sort of a faint blue glow in contrast to the massive skylight overhead that you see there. Get kind of with the daylight effect there on the ground there, as it's sort of the light cascades down through there, and then these kind of yellowish candelabra like lights set aside on the sides. There
And
are
these
windows. What's that?
those are stairs going up to the empty chairs to the left and
Yeah,
to the right.
it's only about maybe about 3 or 4 feet up on either side there, sort of a gallery looking, and the chairs are all empty. Um, and yes, there are windows also on each side of the room, kind of letting more lateral light in there. The windows have a faint green tint to them, kind of adding more to the kind of greenish glow of everything in here. They're not perfectly clear glass. As you kind of pass by the sword, you will see up on the platform above a
I
woman.
really want to. I really want to touch it.
kind of actually steps out of a doorway right over here and sort of moves up to stand next to this one throne up on the platform. The platform itself is about 8 feet up, so you can't quite see. You can't like see eye to eye. You have to look up there. So she's sort of like standing there and just sort of like steps out in this very beautiful kind of green brocade dress there with the puffy sleeves that come out there, jewelry, kind of the thing there, and a bit of a severe look on her face. Not cruel, just that look of an older woman who, well, takes no nonsense kind of thing. Steps up there and kind of stands next to the throne there, looking straight backed, very while definitely elderly. There's no sign of weakness or frailty in this person as you approach.
You may come closer, please.
I don't know if I want to.
The voice sort of crackles a bit with the sound of it there, and she sort of like kind of gestures to the gallery, sort of like down below there.
Jim, before I approach, can I touch that sword?
Yes.
Just
You reach out to
wanted
touch it there, and there's a faint tingle of recognition, maybe. Not so much that you feel any power from it, but just sort of that it's again that almost like a satisfied the hum, the kind of distinct hum you've been feeling there, kind of hearing in your mind there, sort of like as you sort of like kind of set your hand on there. Thinking back, you did see in your first vision there Nolan carrying a sword very similar to this.
I was going to say, was it Nolan's sword?
Seems to be.
Thank you for coming. Not that you really had much of a choice, per se, but I am glad you are here so that we can discuss matters. I understand that, well, let's just say you've done a number of very outstanding services for the Northern Reaches here. Defeating the terrible slug in the forest there, the strange green creatures that attacked the village along the western road, and of course the being in no small manner somewhat responsible for the newfound prosperity amongst the city of Ravenscrest. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed and certainly are appreciated as well. Though I will say your recent trespass, bit disconcerting, but understandable, of course.
And she's just
We
sort
were
of like,
merely... Go on.
go ahead.
No, fine.
Yeah. But it's sort of like one-on-one. You just kind of see this like piercing gaze. Not sure. Sort of a piercing gaze kind of settled over each of you. It just you kind of, well, you don't like sense a strong feeling of power. There's just a commanding presence here, of a person who definitely has social power, if nothing else.
And an inflated sense of ego.
Well,
She's
I
a
mean,
duchess. Got a commanding presence.
Yeah.
I mean, she is. She's at least 30 or 40 years older than the king and queen currently. She's been here for longer than the current king has been alive. One piece you would have picked up there in some of your research earlier on. She's been, as far as you can tell, by any reports there, she's been Duchess of Port Oruss of the Northern Reaches for on the order of 60 to 80 years. Hard to say. There's sort of conflicting reports on how long she's been in power here.
Could there
So,
be?
As far as the trespass thing, I would say we were merely investigating the disappearance of some friends of ours. So,
I understand that, of course. And if those friends had also engaged in some sort of trespassing, their loss is very unfortunate. And my understanding is that the perpetrators have been dealt with, and I have that for you to thank for that as well.
mm, so did you know about the the people that were living in your garden?
I don't spend much time, well, unfortunately, no time on the old family estate. My caretaker's supposed to be doing all of that, so
Well, your caretaker knew about the people who were living on in your garden.
of course, I'm sure he did. It is his responsibility to care for the place as his title as caretaker, and what he does on that property is part of our agreement. But no, I did not specifically authorize their presence.
But you knew about them.
I know who they are, of course. I did not, as I said, I did not offer up their. I did not offer my estate as a place for them to stay. She pauses for a moment. Let's see what that is. Once I knew their presence was there, I ensured they could not leave that place. They were contained within the garden. Now, if anyone was lost, it's because they went into the garden. A bit of a trespass as well, so if they had not entered that place, they would not have been.
Snake food?
She sort of inclines her head and gives a smile.
Yes.
But they did leave the garden. They left the garden and went to the Feywild.
And she looks at you.
That would be the caretaker's doing, I believe, then, because that's not something that I specifically have approved of.
There is definitely, I mean, as you're standing in front of her, there's definitely a beyond just a straight up aura of presence. I mean, a physical presence of a person who's got power. There's definitely a faint hum of power in the air.
Kind of wanted to do like a just arcane check to see if I
Yep.
can like.
You don't see any outright like there is arcane magic here, but there's definitely a sort of a low grade hum of magic in the area. Being in the presence of these flowers, you definitely sense that there's some power coming from them.
Do I recognize the flowers?
They have similarities to things you saw when you're in the Feywild. That sort of get glowish. They give off actual light, and so there's sort of this bluish glow around the flowers that are all there. You're not. Give me an arcane check, sure. Since you're kind of examining them as you look around there.
Arcane or nature?
Arcane, in this case, it probably is more extraplanar in nature. Sure. You don't know the exact magic from them, but it's sort of the best way to describe this. It would be sort of a light source in a way, but I kind of like you would have in a house, you'd have like potpourri or tchotchkes or things that would provide comfort in some way. There's sort of a general calming sensation from having these plants around. Not that you're feeling like suppressed in any way. It's just sort of it's a comforting presence.
I am not calm or
Absolutely.
comforted.
Sure, there is no yeah. Uh, one sec here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Is
of
that
course,
Nolan's
child.
sword?
Say what?
The sword over there that's in pieces, did that belong to Nolan?
Oh, hold on. Come on now.
I can't multitask.
Yeah, I'm trying to type something out to somebody because I'll just say, Amethyst, yes, you can. That's fine.
Okay.
However, you will take note the fact that it does not work in here.
Oh, okay. It's my
Um,
my telepathic speech, like my telepathic. If I
Yeah.
try and speak to Sora, does that work?
No.
No. So even that doesn't work.
Nope.
Okay.
So
God
just to
damn it.
keep that in mind as you go to think like Sora, I mean, things are quiet in your heads right now. And she would look at you and say,
Oh, yes, it is. In fact, a family heirloom of sorts. We wish to honor who would have been the first king of Gervon.
Mm-hmm. I'm sort of a family heirloom myself.
Yes, you are, aren't you?
Hmm.
and she would look like directly at you, just
Yes, you are.
Do you mean to collect me?
Oh no,
So why are we here?
I was under the impression that you've had a number of run-ins. That your presence has become sort of of interest based on the things that you've been doing and the things you've done for the region, and felt it was time to speak with you.
Okay.
We are very interested in the stability of the region, and you seem to be quite good at helping to provide for that.
I like to think so.
Who, out of curiosity, is we?
Oh, it's more of a royal we sort of a thing. It's an affectation that we sometimes take on.
We've ridded this place and other places of many foul and evil creatures and people,
Yes, of course.
and plan to continue to do the same.
That is very good to hear. I appreciate that extremely, and we're very grateful for that. Absolutely.
You seem,
and go ahead, Lucas.
I would say you seem very knowledgeable about what's going on in the world. Certainly what we've done.
Well, I mean, things that happen in this region, of course. I mean, it's a matter of keeping tabs on things, and those who do great deeds and those who provide a great service should be kept and need to be kept apprised of their actions. So yes, of course.
Can
I
I
have
ask?
you.
Sorry.
Yes, of course. Please, no.
Yeah. Can I ask about what you know about the werewolf attacks in the city?
It's unfortunate. You
I didn't
see,
wanna.
unfortunately, there are servants that I have used throughout my tenure here as the ruler of this region, where there are those who provide great services, but sometimes can get a little bit out of hand. The Oris sometimes has difficulty keeping things under control and has to occasionally be put down. He is a hound after all. One of my most trusted servants. Gone. But occasionally he gets out of control, and, well, then my other servant, the hunter, comes into play and helps to ensure he doesn't stray too far. It's an unfortunate thing that we will ensure that anyone harmed is compensated and helped in any way that we can.
So you're going to resurrect all the dead people?
That's a little more drastic than others, but if it's possible, then we will do what we can, yes.
If we can help with removing their lycanthropy, then,
Of course. What can be done will be done, yes. The more time you spend here, Lucas, the more time you can hear the sound.
oh God.
It's there. You're not sure. You can't help. It's just there. You can just sort of almost feel it. Not even so much hear it, but feel it. And you can't. There's no sense of direction or presence specifically, but it's there.
I'll say, so you do know then that your servant is under the influence of the Dark King?
That pathetic upstart, no. No, not any longer, no.
There are people trying to bring him back.
And as I understand it, you prevented that quite nicely.
We prevented the people that we know about. There are others. This is an insane cult of people trying to resurrect an evil being who tried to destroy the world.
Sometimes those that people try to control don't always follow orders. They don't follow the line of the person who brings them to bear, and they can strike
that's
out at
called
them.
treason.
Oh, the Dark King, as he referred to, was the upstart, the usurper, the one that did the heinous actions that needed to be dealt with, and they were dealt with.
Yeah, but he was almost brought back. If we weren't there to stop it, he would have been brought back. And goodness knows how many other people are trying to do it. How many others are in on this cult, this insanity.
The power is very much lessened. As I understand it, there's much smaller chance of that being the case.
Like an insight check on her. Like,
Sure.
I rolled a 27.
Yeah.
By the way.
Okay.
I would say the big thing is yours definitely supreme confidence here. This is the person who knows what's going on. She has not lied to you as far as you can tell. There is no deceit in what she said to you so far. There is something odd with it. 27. There's something odd. As she speaks, every now and then her body shifts in a way that is almost at odds with what she's saying. Like, especially when she says we.
Yeah. That makes sense.
When she uses the word we, there's almost a slight like strange shift to her shoulders or her hips or even her hands that is a little different than when she's speaking otherwise.
I just, ugh. She's
She looks at
clearly.
she looks at you, Amethyst. Because I mean, as you're looking at all of you, you are showing the most signs of discomfort, because
Mhm.
she's also got a very high insight. Um, she looks at you, and though she's, I mean, a good like 15, 20 feet away, and like 8 feet like standing up at you, you're almost drawn into her gaze. Not like it's like you're being controlled in any way, but as you look, she has sort of like a muddy greenish brown color to her eyes, kind of that hazel green kind of color to it there, and obviously elderly woman there, the lines around her eyes. But as you watch, the brown sort of fades away. The lines around her eyes sort of fade away, and you see a brilliant green color.
Hmm.
And there is a absolute recognition that you sense, not from you, from Nolan. And you realize you saw those eyes in a painting yesterday.
In a painting yesterday.
Mhm. At the museum, you went to look at paintings and found a painting of two people that look very, very similar.
Yes, we did.
A young Caleb de Maltana
Yeah.
and Queen Isilda Stanton. And the recognition is absolute when you see this.
Wow. That's insane.
And very faintly, and you all kind of hear this faintly here. Who do you think helped ensure the Dark King fell? That the princess escaped? And the the look on the youthful appearance of her eyes sort of fade, like disappears, and it's the elderly woman's eyes, the muddy brown color.
So in this
I
situation, the elderly woman is the princess.
Nope, nope, you're not sure exactly. She'll just say, my great grandmother escaped. And this time the voice is a little different, and the mannerisms are a little bit different. She escaped with help. And that aid has continued, been passed on. He controls nothing. And I will not be bound by one like him. And with that, we're going to cut to break, as we are at that time here.
What is this
So
chick?
Hmm.
we will
It's just
be
two
back
people
in
in
a
one.
few
It's really freaky.
minutes. All right. So we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes or so here. So stick around, and we'll be back soon. We'll get some breaks, go to some use the restrooms that we need to do, and we'll be back real soon. Okay. Take care. Hello and welcome back. So we have ourselves, the group is still in the throne room of the keep at Port Oruss there in an audience with the Duchess of the Northern Reaches, the Northern Region, Kaelda Maltanis, who has delivered some rather interesting information and seems a little odd in various ways. So what would you, the last thing, kind of delivering this kind of a bit of a information that the Dark King was an upstart and a usurper, and not all of the not all of his servants were loyal. Was kind of what she was what she was implying, at least.
I mean, we knew that anyway, didn't we? Because Lucia didn't want to be his servant. She wanted to be freed. She was sick of being at his beck and call and stuff. Didn't want to be around if he was going to come back.
And one thing, in talking to her, you definitely are noticing two distinct mannerisms and a slight shift in voice as well, as there is a more pleasant sounding woman, a little more soft spoken, and a more harsh sounding voice that you're kind of picking up there. And then almost maybe a third when they refer to themselves as we. So it's fairly subtle in its approach there, but being in her presence there, you're definitely picking up on that. Especially you, Amethyst.
Yeah.
Yep. So, anything you want to say to her before anything continues here? Or
I want to ask. So who actually are you? And how many people are you?
Well, I
she looks at you.
believe you might have a bit of an inkling how this might work.
Nope.
She,
I just love the thought of the dwarf just sitting in the back.
nope, not a
Nope.
clue.
Nope.
And that's exactly what it is. It's just
Yep,
like,
nope, not a bit.
Nope.
You, Amethyst, held one, did you not?
I what? I held one?
The coin. She's talking about the
A coin?
Yes. Yes, coin.
I still have one. I'll show it to her. It's empty though.
Let me guess. Was that Lucia?
It was.
I'm glad she's finally been released. She was never a willing servant. No more than I ever was.
So what is your name?
I don't give names, darling.
Who are you?
Not at all. We are the ruler of the Northern Reaches. This is our domain. It will stay that way.
I'm sure.
So you will see So she looks like that. I mean, she definitely looks like an older woman there. Kind of the gray hair, very much so. You don't sense any like other presence about her. The only change is a slight shift in posture sometimes. It's a little bit less. I mean, she's very. She doesn't show any signs of like elderly, like she's not hunched over. She's not frail in any way that you can see there. But occasionally, there's just sort of a slight shift in her posture that's not really the same as like it changes slightly when she's speaking.
Um,
Give me Arcana checks. Those you are trained in Arcana to get maybe an inkling.
This is the ninth coin, isn't it?
And
This is the other side.
that's what. Yeah. That's what I'm.
yep, it
That's
is
what
a
I was
very high
asking.
DC. So
That's what I was asking. Was like, what
yeah,
does she look like? The other she, not
yeah.
the
You don't
person
see
I
another
can
she. Okay,
clearly see. Yeah.
okay.
Dang,
So
Amethyst.
I will say, piecing it together, um, you're thinking probably the most likely scenario is some sort of an archfey, like a hag.
Okay,
Hmm.
nice. Love a
That's
hag.
not just probably not just a normal hag. Obviously, based on what you're seeing and what this what's going on here, and you know that the longer you hold a coin, the more powerful the bond becomes, and the more power you have. And you know for a fact this person right now in front of you has been ruling this region for at least 60 to 80 years.
Yeah.
And the coin has been around for much longer. So, and something clicked. The journal, Belvin's journal that you guys read,
Mm-hmm.
there, it's still the queen's brother, the one who founded the Ivory Lyceum, talked about his sister becoming cold and more ruthless.
Oh shit, yeah. So that's when it happened, way back. Wow.
Now, I will say this: what you could say is that this is not the queen standing in front of you. It's not still her. There is a line of succession. There were other people, but you did see a painting of Keilda and Isilda, the current Duchess, in front of you when she was younger, and a painting of the Queen. And there was very enough similarities you could tell a family resemblance, but they weren't identical. It was not the same person.
So she passed the coin to the next daughter, and
Well, they picked it up when she died.
And then attuned
Possibly
to it?
not even knowing what it was.
But then attuned to it?
Well, you would do.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
Taking the coin,
picking up the
taking
coin.
the coin,
the
you
coin.
automatically attune.
Yeah.
It happens immediately. If you
It happened with Trevor.
if you hold the yep, it happened with
Trevor
Amethyst.
attuned to Lucia's coin. Then when he left the coin, when he didn't want it anymore, couldn't take it with him, I picked it up and it attuned to me. I attuned to Lucia and I had her in my head. So, yeah, if that person holding the coin was not alive anymore, the people who were then picking up her belongings, gathering them together, would have picked up the coin and attuned with it, whether they knew about it or not.
Now, I will say this: we're gonna sort of like say this conversation right now is happening sort of in the future.
Later. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you can't do it in your heads right now because telepathy is not working.
Because it's not
So,
working.
so I will say this. So basically, she's essentially is kind of revelations are happening, kind of clicking into place for you, but discussing we'll have to wait for later on.
So Eldon will pop up. So we can presume that you are the 9th coin that we are missing, then?
You can assume that, yes. This is an absolutely willing partnership, and we are very much
Insight.
aware.
Yeah, it's a big insight to that to that statement.
There is no deceit whatsoever.
Okay.
There was no
So
hesitation, no
she's a
deceit.
willing host. That's what you're saying.
There was no deceit there, at all that you can sense.
Because you're giving her all the power to keep doing what she's doing. That's why.
Well, understand, we care for our domain. We wish to make sure that things here are kept stable in the well-being of everyone here.
What about your actual domain, though? What about your origins, your roots?
That is long past, and if it ever comes to the event where I return, I will reestablish whatever power I can there, but this is my domain now. I wish to ensure the safety of the people and the places and ensure prosperity and growth, like in Ravenscraft.
This is such a bad thing.
I told you the Duchess was under the influence of something, though. I know she had a coin.
Yes.
She's definitely smoking something.
Or something is smoking her.
Can you help us? Sorry, I'm going to ask you straight. Can you help us to get rid of the other coins?
Absolutely. I don't have any direct control over them. I don't know exactly. You mentioned 3 that you've dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Reports that I've received indicate that one is definitely being used in warfare in the Thundering Steppes. I believe that's the Chain Devil. That one is very unpredictable and warlike and lives to destroy. So that, I assume, is what's happening down there.
Yeah.
I can assure you the coins here are kept under control as much as they are
Under
down to
control.
me.
By that you mean letting the werewolf rampage through the city and killing.
I would hardly call it a rampage, and the Oruss is very closely watched. And anytime he does manage to get free. He's hunted down quite quickly. Checks and balances and all of that.
Just throwing this out there, we could, in fact, release him back to the Feywild, and he not have the potential of harming any other individuals in your lands that you are stating that you wish to protect. Yes.
Well, then I would be without a hound. He is a useful servant.
He's giving people lycanthropy. He's murdering people in the streets. Children are going without their parents.
I can tell you this. The number of times that happened numbers 3.
Even 1 is too many. Do you not see that?
Do you not see the fact that the slod menace that you yourselves put down, the strange green little creatures that you put down, they hurt more than the Oruss ever had.
Then we killed him.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So, the threat represented by the one that I utilize as talents and abilities is much less than anything that you've had to deal with. And so, rather than remove a useful tool, we will ensure as much as possible that he's kept under control.
However, when a tool is broken, as much as that creature clearly is,
It is
is it not
reforged.
a dangerous tool?
Tools are reforged and reused. You know this well, I'm sure. You don't just throw away the tool, you fix it. You recast it, reforge it, and repurpose it. That's what we do.
Or find a better tool that does not break, yes?
Tools always break, dear.
Is the king aware that you use a lycanthrope as a tool?
King? Well, my nephew really is more concerned with the nation as a whole, of course, as he should be. He allows...
No.
Right.
I don't inform him of everything that I do, nor does he inform me of everything that he does. He has an entire military, an entire southern border to deal with. I'm sure his negotiations with the giants and the goblins and the other forces of the south keep him busy while I ensure that everything is, as much as possible, safe in the north. And that is the arrangement. That is how things work. I have no interest in the kingdom as a whole. I only care for my domain.
What
You spoke of your hunter.
Yes.
Does he also have a coin?
Yeah.
Did
May
I
as well
see
put
him?
all our coins in.
Did I see him out there last night?
Don't know, did you?
I believe so. I saw somebody with a coin.
Then probably. I mean, I know he was by his report, he engaged with the werewolves, as they're frequently called, and reported that the Oruss had been put down, and it was recovered and brought back. Yes, along with the other unfortunate victims.
What, if I may be so bold, what other coins do you have?
Give me a persuasion check.
This is gonna
I know you're the one asking.
Yes.
God, why are people letting me talk? Don't let me talk. I have a 6.
So, yes, Amethyst, you can assist there since you're also there. So go ahead. What happens when the artificer? Okay, go ahead and see how badly you roll there. Hold on.
How
I know
badly?
Yeah, it's not going to be good, but it could be decent. I mean, there's always a chance it's decent. That's
No, it's not
decent.
too
Okay. Yeah. Why is it with
Why did
advantage?
it roll 2?
I don't know.
It did. I rolled.
No. You rolled an
It's just
18 and a
minus
7.
2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I would say with Amethyst there helping you out there, and she just sort of looks at you and kind of like,
I believe you probably have an inkling of that already, but there's no reason not to say. It's Bizarkish. You may know him as Arcanaloft.
Right.
Oh.
They're very
great.
much mercenary types who will potentially serve anyone of power. And Bizarkish is very much happy to do whatever task be put before him, as long as, of course, he's given time to play. His interests are very simple and easy to control, and he's very happy to do what he likes to do. Engage
So
in
would you-
arcane strangeness.
So would you oppose us if we attempted to send these creatures back to where they came from?
And that's depriving the region of a useful ally and tool. I mean, it would be like me sending one of your allies away for you not to be able to use any longer.
So not the same. So not the same.
Isn't it?
You know,
I mean,
one of our allies, you might be aware of him. His name was Trevor.
mhm,
He murdered somebody in the
yes,
street.
he did.
You,
I know of
you
this. Yes, yes.
stop that from happening.
Mhm.
That's what we do. We don't like people being murdered in the street. And your werewolf turned other people into werewolves who then were murdering people in the street. And if that's left unchecked, that's not going to just be one or three people.
It's
That's
not
going to be
left
389.
unchecked, child. Really, it's not.
We were the ones dealing with it. She's pissing me off.
I don't
You're
like
not
her.
the only ones dealing with it at all.
I don't.
Why do you think they were all in one place last night? All of the werewolves were in one place. You were there, but so was my hunter. And my guardsmen were there, but they did not want to hmm, interfere
Help.
with your actions. No. How would you have received someone rushing in to attack the thing?
We would have
You were-
welcomed the help. I mean, we're not going to go, hey, we're killing these werewolves. Don't you come and help us. Why would we do that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why was one of your allies gunning someone down on the street? Why?
Because he was
We
clearly
don't-
deranged, and so we took care of it.
It's
Also,
all right.
either way,
All right.
these beings were brought to this realm against their will. Also, they are not supposed to be on our realm of existence, as they belong to another, which is why they are easily banished.
They also have free will,
To exist where they belong.
where they wish to.
That's as long as their hosts are willing.
This is
I'm
true,
not
yes.
using them for corruption and evil.
Easy to bandy about terms like that when you look at things in black and white only. But I have to understand that the good that can come from useful allies can far outweigh the dangers. I understand. We're never going to see quite eye to eye upon this, and
No.
I will say this. If there's ever a time where one of these allies that I have gathered expresses the desire to leave, expresses the wish to no longer be among this realm, they will be released.
Why would you be trapped in a coin if you can choose not to be?
Why would you be trapped in that body if you choose not to be? We are luminous beings. You know this more than anyone, don't you?
Wait,
I'm
you
no
can
more
leave.
trapped in my body than you are in yours.
You're right. I'm not trapped here. If I don't wish to be, I can arrange for not to be.
We could actually release you now back to the Feywild.
That would not be advisable, darling. Really, I guarantee it would not be so easy.
Why not willingly just go back to the Feywild? That is where you are from. Yes.
Because this has been made
Likes
this
it
is my
here.
home. I have made this a home. We are absolutely he looks over at Grimbar there. You may want to stay down there.
kind of glances over there, and you'll see as you get halfway up the stairs there, this plant right here starts to flare up in brightness, and you feel sort of a tingling sensation all over that kind of makes you itch and really uncomfortable.
Crap.
Sora, same thing. It's not electricity. As you go up the other side there, the flowers flare up in brightness, and you will see, yeah, it's not the tingle you normally get from electricity. It's like things are crawling underneath your scales. Like you're feeling something like moving under your skin, and it's just like, it just is maddening. At every step you take there gets a little stronger as you move up the stairs. And she just sort of like, and she barely even glances in your direction as this happens. It just sort of like, it's almost like she didn't have to do anything there as you approached. It was like, and
we can't do this in her chambers, guys. We
No.
can't. Stop her here.
We can't do this now. Absolutely not.
The
We need
idea
to find,
was
like-
the idea wasn't to attack her.
I understand your distrust. I understand your apprehension. I can honestly say, and with no trace of malice or disinterest, I will say this thrice, in fact. I wish no ill upon this region. I wish no ill upon you. I wish no ill for anyone who would help bring about prosperity to the northern regions. In fact, I will aid those who do so. I have aided those who do so.
Now it feels like we're in her back pocket. I don't like it.
no.
So,
Although, yeah. The city of Ravenscrest was elevated to a city based on a petition. It's even been made a barony very most recently.
Deliberately because of our actions.
Right. Like I said, I don't know that I like that.
I mean, technically, I'll say this: Shorehaven is part of this region as well.
I know. I know. I know. I know.
Well,
Yeah, this region is huge, and this witch has been sitting at the seat for 200 years.
I bet you the king has one.
No, it never met the king. There's no indication otherwise. I mean,
Yeah, I say we've never been that far.
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, we haven't been that far on the map yet.
Mm-hmm.
the next coin that we actually know of is Nikoval, isn't it? The
Mm-hmm.
Chain Devil.
Yeah, Chain Devil in the south with the giants.
Yep.
Chain devils. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one you were.
No, I was not. I was me.
Yes.
There's a
And
dream.
then
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say. So what was the summons for then?
Oh, just to sort of clear the air and for me to actually to thank you for your efforts and while I know it can put you at ease, it sort of puts us on a little more understanding terms. I will not interfere with any of your actions as long as they are continuing to bring prosperity to the realm. I will not prevent anything that you wish to do. In fact, you may call for aid if you so choose. I know you may not wish to. It's understandable, but I will not hamper your efforts as long as they continue to aid the realm. So,
Could just
as long as we're clear
My
on
main
that.
concern is if this cult brings back the Dark King, the more coins that are out there, the more power he's going to have, the more of these entities will be under his servitude again. And you might say now that you're not a willing servant of his, but he would only have to click his fingers and you would have to do what he deemed that was necessary.
It's not true.
Yeah, that's not what happened last time. That's
I disobeyed him from the start.
You did?
Who do you think ensured the princess and her brother escaped in the first place?
Yeah, he said that earlier.
She took up my coin and I helped her get away. I made sure that she was in a position of power so that she could oppose him. I helped to foster a relationship with the love of her life and foster it and have a child. I ensured that the nation of Gavon was born in the first place.
Did you say the prince escaped?
Princess escaped.
Princess.
Princess Isilda and her brother.
Oh, yeah, the prince.
Yes. Younger brother. She was not the heir. She would have been the heir. That's
Who
why.
was her brother?
Melvin sent him. Father, do I see him?
Oh, yeah.
the just to close one more loophole that we have.
Yes.
You remove the coins from the vault, yes? Or never place them there to begin with?
My coin was never in the vault. The other two were languishing there for quite a long time, and I felt it was necessary to make use of them so that someone else couldn't come along and just take them. I mean, the vault is quite good at what it does, but it's not infallible, of course. So I ensured that I would have control over them.
So who took the third one?
It was never there. It was mine. Let's just say my mother was not quite so willing to be a part of this arrangement as I was. I chose to take up the coin. She wanted to place it away with the other two. Then I gained control of it and made sure that eventually, when I could take the other two as well and make use of them, so they weren't as vulnerable.
So how did you take the coin if your mother was attuned to it?
She just decides not. She does not answer. Gives you a flat look.
You killed your mother?
No, did not.
So what happened to her?
Insight check. Oh God, she's lying. I don't trust this chick. I'm so bad at insight.
Wow.
That one.
Wow.
I will say that.
Wait.
You just
19.
Inspiration.
Coin.
Yeah. Okay.
27.
Coin.
Yeah.
Coin.
Sure. Make it roll. That's fine.
I'm not.
She's
rolling
not.
anything.
She's not lying. I will say that. She is not lying. She did not kill her mother.
Okay.
Yeah, she just brought about her death somehow.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did she
help.
prevent it from helping?
Help her from dying.
Right?
She didn't
Yeah.
stop her. She didn't stop her from dying.
I mean,
Yeah.
it wouldn't necessarily have to be the one murdering it to be your fault.
Understand this. You have no authority, jurisdiction, whatever you want to call it. Something that happened over 80 years ago.
Let's just let it be before we make her very angry, and let's just
We're
go.
just getting to know each other. We're new friends, right?
I wouldn't call her friend, but yeah,
You
sure.
know everything about us. We're just getting to know you, that's all. We've just discovered your existence.
Just clearing the air.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Of course.
getting it all out there. You know absolutely everything. You probably know what colour underwear we're wearing.
You don't wear underwear.
I don't wear underwear. Amethyst, not one bit.
She really
No, she
does.
says that. She says that. She's like, what? You don't.
Sore checks hers. Mine's blue.
No, she. At this point, she's just sort of like, "Hmm, well, I think we've managed to clear the air as much as we're going to right now. So understand, I, as I said, will not stand in your way as long as
Um,
our interests align, and they have. And I don't foresee any situation where they won't continue to do so.
And you don't have a problem with us taking care of the other 3 coins?
No, not at all.
Okay. Can you help us to track them down?
I don't know that I really can offhand. If I do find a way to do so, then I will. I really, if they're outside of my control, I don't know much what I can do about them.
um,
I
as we
I
are
told you
as
the one I know of for sure, for certain, based on the reports I've heard. But the others I do not know offhand.
as we are leaving, clearly your current body you're residing in is nearing its end. As humans do not live very long. Who is next?
I do have an heir, yes. It's no one you wish. No official announcement has been made as of yet. And she leaves it at that.
She knows our secrets, but we can't know hers.
I mean, she is the Duchess of a nation. I mean, you're not going to know everything, the state secrets and everything else, but.
Nope.
Oh, I'm gonna try and find out.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I don't want to touch the sword.
She'll pause a moment and say, I am fairly certain that one coin is beyond your reach, or anyone's reach for that matter. It was lost on an expedition.
Expedition to where?
To the Nightmare Land.
Nope.
I was but a girl when that took place, but I am certain one of the coins was sent along there. A rather the most distasteful one at that. And she looks flat at you, Amethyst. You know which one it was, I'm sure.
It was, yeah. The big
Pit
guy.
Fiend.
Yep.
The Pit Fiend. Traxiarch.
Been gone for quite a while. So, that I'm certain is out of anyone's hands. I don't know. I've not heard of an inkling of it since then, so I hope that it is truly lost, but
He was the one that was responsible for.
yes, yes, he was.
He can stay lost.
For Nolan.
My great-grandfather. And she actually kind of looks past you out at the sword sitting on the there.
I'm just sitting next to it, waiting for them to come.
Sure.
Are you trying to track down the other pieces of that sword?
No, it's not. It's not a magical artifact or anything like that. So it's more just for interest. I believe the sword's made of
that the pieces of me have rusted away or been scattered to the winds. Hard to say exactly, but if
Heirloom type.
Hmm?
It's an heirloom.
Yeah. It's what's been recovered. Yeah.
Funnily enough, I have a piece of Trexiox sword.
Mm, yes, I thought I sensed something of that nature,
Hmm.
something akin to you as well. I know it better than most.
Do you?
I was bound to the one who married him. I was bound to the one who bore his child, created a nation. So yes, I know it better than anyone, really.
Okay. Weird.
It's best not to dwell upon these things. If there's nothing else, I think we've all learned what we can at this moment, and I
Agreed.
think we've come to a fairly decent understanding. And I hope that there's no need for any further strife or conflict. And as I said, if my hound and my hunter need to be released, I will call upon you and allow you to do so. For now, they will stay in their positions.
And they're not going to be killing any more people.
As much as can be prevented, which will be much more. There's been a lot of confusion and strife recently, a lot of things moving in different directions. So I think that the more things are being put in place to ensure that focus can be placed where it needs to be focused. You have aided in that greatly. And for that, I thank you. We are very appreciative.
Aren't you worried?
Oh, about what?
I mean, the Dark King wasn't able to bind you, but the chain still exists. What if someone else came along that was more powerful?
There is always someone more powerful. To worry about that is to worry about the changing of the seasons or the eruption of a volcano and such. There's always something of greater power. There are those of my realm, my old realm, that are much more powerful. There's always someone of greater power. So you do what you can to protect what you have and do whatever can be done to ensure that being a greater power doesn't come along and knock all of your pieces out of play.
Yes, but your coin comes with the chain attached. Someone just needs to yank the other end.
Ah, but that
Someone
happens.
someone you might not see.
Hmm, I don't think it's quite that easy if the chain is unwilling to be broken.
As you've not actually removed the connection
I wasn't
specifically.
I wasn't thinking about breaking the chain. I was thinking
Oh,
about somebody using the chain. Somebody more
In,
powerful than the Dark King in the means of binding.
in 200 years, that's not happened. Again, whatever can be stopped will be. And if something comes along more powerful, then, as I said, it is the same as worrying about changing of the seasons or a storm or a natural disaster of some kind. You can't work for everything. but I do appreciate your concern. I know you have the power to break them. That power is much greater than myself. I understand this. I was bound by it. But at least for now, that power is kept in check. I suspect you're going to learn more about that power before too long. Are you not? You seem the curious type.
He's very curious.
Well, we shall see what happens when you learn what you learn. Maybe you become the more powerful person to control it. Maybe you have to be put down at that point. Or maybe you come along and remake everything. We shall see. One cannot know the future. One can only prepare for what you can. So, I look forward to seeing what wonderful deeds you all come up with next. So, enjoy your time and give the new Baron my regards when you see him.
Will do.
Excellent. Well, thank you for stopping by. Please, guards will see you on your way out. And as she reaches there, you see that the door to the part of the chamber open, and the two guards kind of stand there, just like waiting in the doorway, and just kind of silently standing there, like there, as you. It's sort of like part as the two of you, Thora and Grimbar, are right at the doors there, and Eldon, you're close behind.
Does the telepathic bond with the party kick back in when we leave the room, or just not until
Yes.
we leave the building?
Leave the room.
The room? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say thank you for your hospitality as we leave.
Of course, and thank you for your services.
Drink, sit down, or anything. Hospital.
She's
She
a
didn't,
Right,
she
noble.
didn't offer you anything to us to drink. She didn't offer us a place to sit down. She
I
didn't
know.
offer us to sit
As a
our
noble-
coat.
Now,
As a
I
noble,
want to
she's
point
not
something out
supposed
here.
to.
You just came from the realm where doing that would make you beholden to someone, so she is actually being very respectful of you by not offering anything to you. Because by accepting it, you then have accepted a boon that must be paid back.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Leave her alone. Listen, I don't.
Yeah, she's not literally torturing the guards to make sure they don't say anything to anyone and keep out everything in the house. And she's not done for the last 200 years of playing puppet strings. Yes, the land's prosperous, but she needs to go back to her own realm. That's for darn sure.
Mm-hmm. If only we had a rogue that could steal that coin off her.
Yeah.
Not that
You
it
know
would
it's not
stick.
that easy.
Yeah, I know.
Doesn't
No.
work like that.
Yeah, because
No, I
Not
know.
that it would
back
stick.
to whoever. Yep.
Yeah, we gotta
Oh.
kill it.
Yep. So you're able to head back out. You move out. Essentially, the guards will escort you essentially all the way off the grounds, kind of out past the waterfalls and the natural landscape outside to the main gate. Effectively, it's the same sort of like procession of extra guards moving along there until you're actually taken out to past the main gate to pretty much right around there. As you are simply escorted back out to where you fought the werewolves the previous night. And you have the city to do whatever you wish. Eldon, you essentially get a quick message from we'll just say the first mate on the ship.
Okay.
Has been given a sending stone, essentially. A delivery has been made to you. We have something here for you. A letter, a missive of some kind, some sort of thing from the broker. It says,
Yes. We're on our way.
Oh.
Interesting.
And also for Sora, pass this along since I only have one message. Also something from her a trading company. Something official looking.
Yes.
Mm.
Miss Sora, I just received a message from your first mate, and there is something for you on the ship.
Something or someone? It's important.
Something. Yes. Something. An object, not a person.
Then we're going off to the boat.
Yes.
Okay.
I also have a thing.
Yeah, I think we were going to show Grimbar the ship anyway, right?
Yeah. We sure were.
You ever flown before, Grimbar?
I don't
Other than
have
being, tossed over
nobody
crevice.
taught the dwarf.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean,
I figured one of you guys were going to say that, so I had to use it. But and I say, I look at her, and I, with all seriousness in its face, is I don't have wings.
no.
Would you like some?
Neither do I.
Let's go.
Airship travel, you probably haven't done a lot. You probably came from Coppervale to here on foot or with a caravan of some kind, and have been pretty much here since. You might have had one or two trips in the last decade or so that might have involved an airship, but I leave it up to you whether you've ever been on one before or not.
I'm going to say no.
Okay. They will head on back to the city, unless there's any other stops along the way you guys plan for. You can head back up to the actual ship itself.
I actually could go for another maid, dudes.
We can get that on board. We got to get to the ship.
Okay. That was a lot, though, yeah?
Get right?
Yes. However, let's wait till we get in the air, as clearly she has ears.
Yes.
Well, we have eyes and ears everywhere.
Eyes
too.
and ears on the ship.
Okay. So, you are able to travel to the city there with no other major stops. You're able to head back up to the up the Great Lift, out the northern gate, past the airship yards, into where your ship is docked. And at this point, as you approach there's just general activity. There's definitely people on there. The people are up on deck. They're kind of doing maintenance and such, checking things over. You see Manuel up with the riggings, checking over sails and doing adjustments and such. You do see your mechanic there on the deck, checking things over, and there is something interesting that's new. You will see, like, at the mast, where the main mast is on the ship, and we'll just cut to, we'll move back to the main landing page where you have all the pictures of our folks there. At the central mast of the ship, there is now a something attached to it. You will see, like, there's like and you see that that sorry that Audrey, I keep thinking Rachel in my head, that wasn't right there. Audrey is actually there working with a staff of some kind that's got a cable attached to it that kind of goes on the mast and then down, and you see then like she's working on something there, and it's almost like an arcane staff of some kind, but there's like I said, a cable attached to it that attaches the staff there and seems to go down below decks almost. And she's like, and it's sort of clipped to the side of the mast there. Eldon, give me actually, I wouldn't bother you. You would recognize this. This is essentially an arcane defense mechanism for airships.
Oh, cool.
Effectively, it's kind of like a staff of lightning or a staff of fire or something like that there, but it's a Manatech version that basically people can fire things out off the deck. And so it's attached to probably an accumulator down below decks there to give it a punch. And so effectively, it's kind of like a spell-based defense weapon for the ship.
As we're walking up, I'll shout out to Audrey. Audrey, could you use any assistance?
I think I've got this pretty well in order, but I definitely want someone to kind of check the work and make sure it's all here. I didn't really. I never made one of these specifically, but I'm just finishing up the connections here. So yeah, you're gonna want to make sure it's all right. I know the accumulator's up there. I know the connections are made here, but I've never made something fully like this. We sort of inherited this, and then making sure it's attached properly.
Um, I'll turn to Grim. Grim, welcome to our ship. And then I'll activate my rocket boots and fly up to the mast.
Get a room, you
So-
two.
So bobbing in the water is a fairly decent size ship with two main masts and kind of like the picture that's here. Two sails, everything else that. You do know that airships come in two varieties. You see mostly these type of varieties. It looks like a normal ship, can be landed in the water there, but there are manatech elements that can cause it to levitate into the air, and then it uses wind, and then of course other manatech elements to let it fly. Um, the hulls made of loftwood, the lighter than air, um, uh, um, alchemically enhanced balsa that forms the hulls and rigging and skeleton of the ship. Um, and the other one being the ships of Scarlos to the north, the Elven nation to the north there, that are more dirigible style. They typically have a large balloon of some kind like that with a suspended gondola slash ship kind of thing like that underneath it there. And it's powered more by elementals and such than it is by Manatech. Effectively, yes, they use fire elementals to heat the air in the balloon to give it the lift, and they use air elementals to propel it. And so pretty much every Carlos type ship has a wizard or two and or druid or two on board to kind of do all the maintaining of those elementals and such and controlling them. But yeah, so not a large ship. It's a merchant class, so it's not one of the massive cargo hauling ships there or any military ship. But it looks to be in good repair. Crew of an odd assortment of crew. You will see what looks to be a human up in the riggings, this guy down here. Up at the helm, you will see an Aarakocra, a yellow, almost canary yellow bird person. Kind of the bird head there, bird wings coming down the side there, who's actually at the helm of the ship. Standing sort of at near the front of the ship, kind of at the prow of the ship there, is a white furred tabaxi. That you can spot there. Also on deck, a bearded human and a not bearded, probably half elf by the look of him, as based on his build and that you would see up on the deck of the ship anyway. Everyone else. Oh, and then yeah, working on the mast there, a very short, gnomish-looking woman there with red hair. Who's working on mechanical stuff there. Everyone else is either below decks or is not in view currently. So, but yeah, the captain there's there. Oh, you're back. Very good. Come aboard, please. Please. Good to see you. I hope all is well. I don't know what you've been up to today, but you have a worried look about you.
I have a package.
Yes, a letter actually, and you have one as well. It was delivered this morning, earlier today. Effectively,
I'm
yeah.
I'm up at the front of the ship with Audrey.
Yep. She's at the main mast, so she's at that point checking over the connections there. It's effectively spell plates are in place there. You need a little more time to look it over there, but it seems to be after your own heart there, it is a lightning bolt. It is a staff of lightning, essentially. It'll throw a lightning bolt.
Nice.
Essentially, it's a staff that fires lightning bolt.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. But it's pretty much like it. The cord, the cord structure for it there will reach about out to the edge of the ship in any direction there. So you basically kind of walk it to either side there. You couldn't really take it with you. It's actually got a when you check underneath there, it's got a bowling ball sized accumulator underneath it isn't a full ship accumulator, but it's roughly about like the size of a cantaloupe, basically, of accumulator there to hold the charges for firing the weapon. So you're not sure how many charges offhand without getting more into details there, but it's probably like a dozen or so shots before it has to be recharged.
Awesome.
Yep. So other than that, your
glowing
yeah.
praises to her work as we're like walking up to the captain for the
Yep.
letter.
It seems to be in place there. There's nothing really you need to switch there. You just check over the connections and make sure it's all there. Yeah, I mean things seem to be in order. No real changes you need to make to it. Your letter we'll come back to in a second here. Well, actually, we'll hit you both. We'll hit yours first here. Yours has effectively, when you open it up there is a section of the map specifically you were looking for, and we'll just go ahead and zoom in a bit here, right around. Let me just whoop back on the world map. Actually, it is marked right about here is sort of your X. I'm gonna put a little dot there so you see it. I'll ping it there once you can see it there. Let's just kind of put it right about there. Eh. That.
Okay.
Okay. And you
I
sort
just
of
get a big grin on my face.
Yep. Effectively, and sort of scrawled on the bottom of the map there is a courtesy of archaeologist named Belokir.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Eldon, is this what you've finally been waiting for?
Yes. Everyone, we have a positive location for the tomb. It would do us great good to go and get these items. And it would just be a wonder and a change to the art of rune crafting. Like he's just gonna start like
Grim. He starts talking about some dwarven tomb. And something that it's kind of a folk tale amongst the dwarves. They're the tomb of the runesmith king. You would have heard of this guy. It is a very, very old legend of a king of before it was actually Coppervale, centuries and centuries ago. That essentially it was sort of a master runesmith. Kind of created like a lot of the basis for runic magic that the dwarves still use today. And the runesmith king is basically the idea of the person who created, almost invented a lot of that magic. So to hear someone saying that there's actually a location for the tomb, you can't help but go, ooh.
If only we had some sort of rogue who can check for traps, because I believe that place is full of traps, isn't it?
I like while we're sitting on deck, I'm gonna pull out one of my little magical tinkerings of that time when I was reading through the fairy tales and made a possible 3D map, and it's just a big old underground.
Yeah, I mean, you're not. It's hard to say exactly how much of that is true and how much of that is not, because again, it's a story, not a like accounting a room by room accounting. So there's elements of truth, maybe hopefully in it, and elements that are probably embellished or added to in some ways. So, but yeah, looking at the map there, Grim, you kind of look at it and go, "That's a really big, like, complex for what anyone would call a tomb." So you're kind of ticking off in your head there, like probably not that big, but interesting. So, Thora, your message.
What's the dwarven law about skerplunking into an ex-king's tomb?
I mean, probably not something you want to just go and desecrate in some ways, but it's not unheard of to go check out old ruins from a previous era. This is so. I
So
mean,
we're going to on an archaeological dig to find a possible ancient king's tomb to turn into the current king of the dwarven people. Yeah, okay, we can make it
yeah,
legal.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
definitely share
Yeah.
something of what you find and keep some of it for yourselves, probably. So
After we take what we want. Yeah.
exactly. I mean, share what you feel like sharing, and yeah, it's
I'll take
totally up
my
to
Only,
you.
I'll take
it's
my
only
30
dwarfs, though, right?
I mean, dwarves and gnomes. I mean,
and
Copper Vale
undead.
is about 60% dwarf, 40% gnome, depending on what part of it you're in. There's a lot of gnomes that live there, rock gnomes that live there as well. There are actually some deep gnomes that live among the dwarves in the subterranean sections as well. Even some Duragar and some of the various like really deep sections that are part of the kingdom as well. They just don't come to they don't come to the surface ever. It just sunlight hurts their eyes. But they are down there. Um, so, um, so Sora, your message is from your brother. Obviously, is the Gort Strait Trading Company logo. Essentially, it's a fairly official looking like letter at first. And when you open it up, there is like, um, Sora. I have. It says Sora. I have need. Um, we talked about this briefly, but you have uh, uh, mother has will need a pickup 3 weeks from today. Um, the journey to where she is, and essentially, will take approximately, depending on the route you take, approximately a week to week and a half, based on the capabilities of your ship. So you have some time, but your mother is expecting you in 3 weeks. And effectively, the location he gives you we'll just say there is a small map there. It is right about here on the map. You can see that ping. Let me just make sure it's centered there. There we go. Now we go. Yeah, right about here in this sort of forested section along a river on the the western side of the Dreadmire.
So, not the direction we would be going.
Not necessarily, but again, uh, so just kind of working it out there. As you talk to your navigator, good old Hogarth there, um, pulls up the map there, and he sort of like pulls things out, and as you go and check out the course and the map, and Eldon, you bring your little map there, and Sora, you have your little map, and you kind of like,
Yep.
Oh, so where are we headed? Right. Okay. So, well, to get from here over to, uh, if we need to make a stop over at Raven's Crest, um, that'll take us about 3 days with our enhanced travel capabilities. Based on that, it would take us about. And he kind of like pulls out some instruments and measures, and Amethyst, as he's like putting out like measurements and rulers of that, you notice that Bert is sitting up on the table as well and kind of watching what he's doing. And he's just like, it'll take about maybe 5 to 6 days to get all the way up to here. Uh Pointing at the place there. Um and that would mean if we follow along the mountains along here, it would take about 2 weeks, maybe a little less than 2 weeks. There, we could make it. I think we could make it. Um, and he pauses every now and then as he's giving those time estimates there. Um, yeah, based on our travel times and everything else, we should be able to get from here to Raven's Crest to your location there, Eldon, and then all the way down to the spot down here. Yeah, 3 weeks is about right. Maybe a couple days to spare even. With favorable winds and some good piloting. And he kind of like which we have a good pilot, so I think we can do that. Yeah, sure. I think, yeah.
We probably should stay in Raven's Crest for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. So, yeah, I mean, anywhere we can try to trim off some time, I'm sure the captain's going to authorize whatever we need to have to get there, and sure.
We used the chest. Did we get the item in the chest?
The what?
The chest from the bank to us and us to the bank. Have we?
Yes.
I thought we dropped items in the chest. Now, did we drop it at the bank to us here on the ship, or was it vice versa?
Remember the chest and quill there, where Boom is.
Uh-huh.
Essentially, you can put things in the chest that you have here, and then it can be stored there. And if you basically,
I
so yeah,
thought
he can store things. Yeah,
I thought when we were just traveling, we put stuff in the chest at the chest and quills to be ready for us here on the ship.
yeah. Effectively, so what'll happen is that essentially, if you have things you want to store away and be able to retrieve later on, you just contact him, and he'll put it back in your chest as you need it, and then you can open up the one you have and retrieve it that way. So you can kind of like store goods away, pull them back out, have things put there that you purchase and pick them out here, or put things here to have stored there. It's a pretty much whatever you want to do.
We
It's
can
sort of
also
like having a
send
mobile storage chest,
Oh, can't
essentially.
we?
Well, here's
What's
the
that?
thing. I
We can
thought
send things there as well to sell.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
thought
he-
we gave him a list of things that we would like to have so that when we got back to the ship, it'd be here.
Supplies for the ship.
Yeah.
The food and everything, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought we got like potions and stuff. Okay.
No?
No, I think you pretty much took care of most of that yourself, unless there's something else you wanted to do along the way. He's had basic provisions and stuff like that. Make sure all the stuff that the ship needed to basically make the journeys and such.
Okay.
Talking about preparation for things, I think next time we get called to go and see the Duchess, we should definitely not take that fucking book with us. What a nightmare.
We didn't show her the book.
Yeah, but she clearly knows it exists.
Yeah.
She knows that we took care of
yeah.
Sister.
Yeah, the book was used to place, so yeah, she definitely knows it exists.
She knows it exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and what could
She
She
may
knows
not
that
know-
Lucas has it.
She may not have had any experience with it specifically, but yeah, she understands that Lucas has it. Yeah, that was clear.
All
That's
right.
a nightmare.
old enough hag to do some fun stuff if she got her hands on it, though.
Yeah, because you don't know how old she was when she was bound in the first place, and she's
No.
been on the prime material plane now for 200 years,
All right. So
helping
That's
to
hot.
form a nation.
off
so-
to Raven's Crest then.
Okay.
Back to Raven's Crest. And the couple of days, I want to make amethyst boots of Manatech with flying.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. It will take some materials about because you're basically making it. So you're going to craft a spell plate. You have the flight spell.
Yes, I
you know,
don't have
fly.
the spell. I have flight, so I need to craft the accumulators, the spell plate, and then get them onto a new pair of boots.
Sure. Actually, it may not because Amethyst doesn't wear boots, cat feet and such.
Oh. Okay.
I don't wear boots.
You do wear boots? I wasn't sure. Do you wear boots?
Well, you got
currently
cat
have.
feet.
I'm currently wearing boots of Striding in Spring.
Okay. And then in that case, okay, all right.
Cats can wear shoes.
I didn't know if you did or not. I mean, I know dragon can do not because
No,
they're
I'm a
don't.
woman in my
you
40s. If
obviously
anybody
have
knows
never-
cats can wear shoes.
Sword does not wear
never
shoes.
heard of. You apparently have
boot?
never heard of puts and boots. Yep.
Yes.
Exactly.
I-
Thank you.
I'm saying that not all do, but I don't know if Amethyst is the one who wore boots or
Wait.
not. So
We might disagree on something.
so.
So,
With
I
that
wanna
though,
make her Manatech boots of flying.
okay,
While we're
it'll
doing
take you the time there. So yeah, we'll go ahead and so that capability there. I can add it to your sheet later on. Don't let me forget. So Grimbar, this is your first time here. So as they kind of make preparations with that. Are you prepared to take off with them?
Are
I
you
mean,
coming
there's
with
a
us,
Whether
Grimgar?
I am or not, I'm
okay.
I'm along for the ride.
Okay.
I'll get ready. It'll happen. I'm a dwarf. I can handle it.
Yeah. Uh, so just kind of in looking at the map of the route that's being plotted there, again, they're heading up along the mountains along here, up in northern Coppervale, and they're going to be flying down along the mountains, kind of over top of where Deepholm is, where Dumont is, Dumati. We're basically right about here. This is the capital city right here on the map here.
Yep.
It's mostly deep underground, but there are some surface uh, uh, portions as well because things kind of move up and down the river throughout the valley. And so there's a lot of trade that happens up on the surface and then takes things down deeper into the city. You know, although you haven't spent much time deep in the city, but you know
Yeah.
it goes down miles. I mean, it is like there are various like sections, and it keeps going down and down and down into places that you've never been down to the bottom of it for sure.
Yeah, no, I must have stayed near the top,
Yeah,
top of the surface, especially after the collapse. Like,
yeah,
I wouldn't have gone very deep.
yeah. So, effectively, what ends up happening for Gimbar's first time here? The ship, once everyone's on board there, is kind of bobbing in the water there at the river there, and it just slowly lifts into the air. The whole thing just kind of straight up into the air as the levitation spell plates all kind of engage. The pilot, Ale, who's the Caraculker there, is just sort of at the helm there, working the controls there. She sort of like slides the lever forward as the whole thing goes up. She has the kind of the normal ship steering wheel, but then as it reaches the right elevation, she sort of like pulls another lever, and the ship starts to kind of move forward, kind of slowly gliding forward there as she maneuvers the ship there, steering it into position where it's now. Then the wind picks up into the sails, and the ship sort of like moves forward. It doesn't really lurch forward; it moves very smoothly. And I believe this is the first time you've actually had Ale. Well, you've been kind of like taking laps around the city occasionally in the air, but this is the first time you've seen her like really go. And you will see her do a couple of things in that she will actually, hold on, you kind of like realize what she's doing here. She will she'll raise the ship up to a nice good elevation, and she will cut and let the ship sort of like glide forward almost in a forward free fall to pick up speed, and then catch it again there and sort of like and actually like literally use so the ship almost kind of does this sort of motion slowly, which you've never experienced before there. Weirdly enough, it's not enough to make you feel sick. It's done really gently to the point where you once you kind of get used to the motion, it's just sort of like being on a gently rocking ship on the water. Like she just sort of
Oh, so
like just
cool.
just sort of like kind of bobs the ship in the air, like activating the levitation, peeling it off, moving it on, peeling it off, and just sort of letting the wind and the levitation plates there drive the ship forward, using gravity to help as well.
Awesome.
Which you realize you picking up quite a bit more speed. Um, and normally the ship would, I mean, the last time you took an airship across there, it took about 4 days. And it was traveling pretty much nonstop. Uh, the ship has not been fully kitted out to do 24-hour travel yet. And um, her and the captain are talking as you're on board there, and you'll find out that she's actually managed to extend it to about 20 hours on the existing charges that are running there. So, based on this first really good flight there, the way she's running it, she's actually extending the lifespan of the levitation plates there by doing this sort of like almost like rocking motion there, because they're not having to run quite as long continuously. So the ship actually propels very quickly across there. It does have to put down in a couple of spots just to recharge for a bit there to keep going. So the trip does take about 3 days, as the navigator said. And on the way, Amethyst, you do get a message. I mean, I wouldn't say it's you've been talking off and on to Elia the whole time. But she will say that based on your plans of what you're doing, she has a request if the ship's capable to bring the gnomes back to Silverleaf Village. They have all fully recovered. All the gnomes that had been partially converted to snake folk have been fully recovered, and they're ready to return home. And rather than taking a wagon trip there, if you're willing to bring the gnomes back there, there's like a half a dozen or so gnomes that need to get back home, along with the chieftain's granddaughter, essentially, who's kind of leading them. So again, that is right here on the map there. So it's a little bit out of your way, but not tremendously. It's still on the way to your destination.
A couple of hours off.
Yeah, effectively.
I wasn't planning on telling Elia that I'm coming.
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
No, I like to surprise her.
Okay.
But I will say to her that I will talk through to the rest of the gang and I will get back to her soon as I can.
Yeah.
And no promises, but I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
I do have a question. I
yeah,
do have
of course.
a question. You had said something about my bow needing to be charged. So I'm going to talk to she's the only dragon kin that I can talk to, so I'll talk to her, see if she can do something about it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna approach Sora and show her my bow and tell her it's a dragon wing short bow and it needs to be charged. Is there a way that you can transfer some of your magic energy and put it in it?
You mean like my divine energy, or like breath weapon energy? Because I know little to nothing about magic. In fact, I'm not trained in it at all. So I could try to use a breath weapon, but it could like electrify your bow, and then you'd have no bow back.
What kind of spells can it hold?
So just to clarify for you, Grimbar, because you would have done this in the past with other people you may have known at some point there, is effectively it needs to be infused with some sort of elemental energy.
Elemental, okay.
Yeah.
Lightning.
So
And I chose force.
Yeah, any form of energy, really. So currently it has force in it.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to switch it out there, so Sora could actually charge it with lightning instead by breathing on it.
Oh, okay.
While we're sitting around talking, Eldon will bring up, well, interesting thing, Mr. Grimm. I actually have the capability of casting most elemental forces, as well as necrotic energy, psychic energy, and force. Yes, I can give you most of any type of energy you would want.
Okay.
I can help too.
Yep. So effectively, between everyone here, I think the only thing you can't directly do, because I don't think Sora has any other than smiting. You can't do radiant energy, which I wouldn't recommend smiting the weapon. That might be a little bit different there.
That is incorrect, sir. I do have a spell.
Do?
It's
you
called
do? Okay.
Called Divine Favor.
That's radiant energy, radiant damage?
I believe so. Let me read it again.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it would need to be an actual like damaging spell you would cast into it, essentially. Or breathe on it or whatever else.
It rolls a d4 of radiant damage on the hit. So.
Well, because you infuse a weapon with radiant energy, it's a little bit different. So you could do divine I would allow it, sure. I mean, so between everyone here, there is every element, so you can kind of pick and choose.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. So you can make that choice there, have someone infuse it for you, or switch it out at some point there. We did say that started off with force because you picked that one as your initial one there, but you can always switch it up there by having someone. Essentially, they just need to expend an action and expend a spell slot or a breath weapon charge to infuse it with that energy.
Okay, so while we're doing that, so I'll save problems later on. Is it like one-time thing, and I get to use it 4 times, or how, you know? I know
Effectively, it stays until you change it. So effectively, right now it's infused with force there. Effectively, it just stays that until you decide to change it to something else. And so, yeah, it's essentially, yeah.
The cantrips I have equipped right now. I have a force cantrip, a lightning cantrip, a fire.
Well, it would need to be a spell
cantrip,
slot.
psychic.
Yeah.
Oh, it has to be a spell slot. Okay.
Yeah, essentially a limited use version of something there. So yeah.
And I have a chaos bolt.
Sure. Yeah.
Chromatic orb, which obviously has acid,
Yep, all
cold,
the different
fire,
things there.
lightning,
So-
poison, and thunder. So.
Yeah. So you basically
Alright,
you
so,
have the
yeah.
capability from everything's here. So if you
All
want
right,
to switch
so
it,
I
up, you
don't
can.
need I don't need to have it done. It's already done right now.
Yeah, it's only you only need to have it done if you want to change it. So right now it does an extra d6 of force damage. You can change it to something else by having somebody expend a spell slot to infuse it with a different form of energy.
And I may have misunderstood this in
Mhm.
the beginning. It does need regular ammunition, correct?
I believe there, if you read the description there, essentially if you don't have it,
Simple.
it actually creates one when you draw it,
Yeah,
and it
that's what
disappears
I
once you
thought.
fire it. Yeah. So yeah,
That's what I
essentially,
thought. So I don't actually have to buy, because I did not get ammunition for it, because
Yep.
that's the way I understood it.
you don't need it. Yep.
All right,
Literally,
very good.
it just the right now an arrow of force would draw there. If you take the lightning, an arrow of lightning would form, an arrow of fire would form. Whatever it's infused with, it'll make an arrow of that when you draw it.
All right, very good.
Yep. So, with that, then, so I would say, yeah, you didn't tell Elliot you were coming. So yeah, we'll come there. But yeah, Lucas, go ahead.
A couple of things. Before we left, I would have called the Pegasus and removed the boarding and dismissed it.
Okay.
And then we're going on a journey.
Sure.
And I want to do a send in to an old Kurun about the drum, because I've got the money for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking if I could just teleport there and go straight to Raven's Crest on the way back, pick up the drum. Yeah, so I'll meet them there.
You could use you could use Boom.
So
Well, it's the drums in an Elkarun, so getting it to
The drums in an Elkarun.
Yeah. So.
So while we are doing
that
stuff
works.
and giving stuff out,
Mhm.
I have an extra pack that is that magical. What the heck are they called? Remember we did the Finding Seed and everybody else got their own saddle?
Mm-hmm.
I have the extra
saddle of
saddle.
summoning. Yeah.
Yes, I have an extra saddle of summoning that I'm going to give to Grimgar.
Okay.
I've got an extra one as well.
Yeah. So, Grimbar, they actually will during the trip there. At least you'll see that they have. Now he has no place to put it specifically, so you guys keep it in a bag of holding somewhere. But they have these well-made saddles that are Manatech saddles that can summon a horse essentially. So they have one that you can use. So you will have access to a saddle of summoning. And I believe one is a small size horse because it was Trevor's. And then you have a normal size horse.
Have that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then there's one that Lucas had was a normal size horse. It would probably either one would do fine for you.
Well, then
they're
essentially
just
we
sort of
have 3 because I still have the one that was given to me.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, no, that's right. You do have 3 of them. You have three spares. Yep.
We got 3 spare saddle horses.
Lucas doesn't need his because he's too good for a horse. He has a Pegasus now.
Exactly.
I have Find Seed. I never used mine. The saddle that I'm holding on to has never been used.
So yes. So I'll be adding that to your character sheet there. You still have access to a saddle of summoning. You don't essentially it'll summon up a horse, last for 8 hours on one charge there, and you can essentially it just keeps a horse around for that time.
Well, we're giving him stuff. Has he got any boots?
Yeah. Do you have boots? There, Grimbar?
Just normal boots.
You can have my boots of striding and springing if you've got the spell
spell slot.
slot.
Attunement slots, yeah.
Attunement slots.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think you do actually. I think they have 4 items that are attuned right now, I believe. Which, at this point, everyone has 6. So.
Cool.
Yep. Okay. With that, you guys are so after the time passes very quickly. You very soon get used to the motion of the ship, the different feel of the ship there. Everyone's sort of um, high spirits as you move along and find yourselves on the third day, probably later in the evening. You'll be arriving at Raven's Crest as you're able to. Let me put you guys over there. Yep, there you should be. Why didn't the map change?
Because my mouse is acting stupid.
Gotcha. Okay. So you'll find themselves landing in this circle of stones at the south portion of Raven's Crest down here. And obviously, as you all approach, there's activity. The city, there are lights as you approach there. The whole city has street lights essentially along the place there. It's actually somewhat lit up even at nighttime as you're approaching. There's not a lot of activity per se, but the place is lit up. But as you do land, you have people coming out to meet the ship as it approaches. Sort of a somewhat guard presence, somewhat other folks there. And since you didn't phone ahead that you were coming, you do not see Elia come rushing out to you right away. So,
it depends whether she noticed Lucas being there. We've arrived there before the rest of them.
Lucas, yeah. So you got there a day ahead of them, pretty much.
Yeah, but just because he's there doesn't mean we're coming unless he tells her.
Well,
you didn't tell me not to tell her though. So if I see her,
you actually don't see her. She's not at the house when you're there. If you do ask around there, Brevalor and Sebastian are both there. One of them would tell you that, yeah, she's been working up in the forest quite a bit. Sebastian's like, well, according to what I'm understanding is that the balsa harvest is coming in, and so it's going to be it's being tended to essentially. So that's pretty much where she's been spending most of her time. But I think she's obviously she'll be happy to see you. I'm surprised that she's not back here already. If you guys are gonna be in town, but good to see you. Good to have you here at the house. Normally, I'm sure you're not going to be here very long because you never are. But I assume the rest are on their way.
Yep, they're on the ship on the way. Yeah.
Okay. You will notice that one of the armored suits there, the animated armors, is actually following Sebastian around. He's third level now, and he went Battlesmith since there's an animated suit of armor that's there. So basically, he's using that. Basically, he's now taking Battlesmith as his archetype there, and is effectively working in the house. Essentially, that is the primary guard for the house now, pretty much,
Nice.
since it was there anyway. So yeah.
Oh, this is our also, Graham. This
Yes.
triangle house right here is ours.
Yep. So as you guys approach, essentially into the south gate over here,
Bar on the ship.
is there a bar on the ship there? Not there is a well-stocked galley for food, but there isn't like a full-on bar. It's not a very large.
We've got a few bottles of mead there.
Yeah, so definitely you have some things to share, but it's not like it's like there's a dedicated bar.
That's gotta change.
The cook, Una, is actually really, really good, and the food you've had on the way there is probably some of the best food you've had. We lost somebody there.
Oh, we lost
We
Bernie.
lost Bernie. Okay, oops. Okay. I'm sure she'll back here.
Discord just crashed. Yeah.
Okay. We'll back soon then. But it is some of the best food you've had. Like, it is not ship galley food as far as you're aware. You've been probably on a ship at least, or been in some like various varying quality establishments in terms of food here. This has been really good. Lots of like pastry-like things, some amazing sandwiches and well-prepared meats, very flavorful. Some of the best stew you've ever had. It's been kind of impressive, at least in terms of the food that you've had on the trip. But as the crew disembarks, the crew does kind of follow you guys in there. The captain sort of tells the crew about the places to stay in. He says they'll probably put them up at the Fighting Unicorn, at least get some rooms, and for those that want to. But as you approach, you sort of come down the street to here, the sort of cobblestone streets approach here, and this house right here seems to be the one that they're heading to. And let's see what the house layout is. Front door around here, the side gate over here with a back door in this way. I would assume you probably go around to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah. So you head around to the front door here, and you will see there are some folks inside there to meet. One being a halfling right here, who has a walking suit of armor kind of nearby him pretty much at all time there, who sort of like follows his orders and does what he says. This is a brass dragonkin named Avress, who is sort of the house maid. We also have...
Where's that?
That's her right here.
Okay.
This is Sebastian. His suit of armor is usually nearby him here. The other two folks, let's see if they're up on the second floor. We'll go upstairs. They're not here either. Let me grab them and bring them on the map here, just so you see everybody.
Catherine and Reese.
Yep, let me grab them here. We have, let's see, we'll bring him out first. There, we've got
They're married now.
Brevalor, this elven sorcerer, this elf, green hair, seems to be sort of a wood elf of some kind.
Take care of my mushrooms in the basement.
Yep. And then where are they? Come on now. Oh, there's the followers. There we go. Then we have, wow. Okay, Catherine. Oh, she's tiny. Why is she so tiny?
Because her token size is +1.
Where's the two of her?
Huh?
There's two of
There's
them.
two.
Oh yeah, Reese popped in over there. Whoops. I don't know why those two popped in there. Okay. Catherine and Reese.
I dropped
Both humans that hang out together. Not much more to say about them specifically there. He has a look of sort of a outdoorsy person there, where she's very much like a very formal looking sort of clerk or attendant of some kind.
She's a major domo, Jim.
Yes, so she's very formal attire, pretty much.
Yes.
And that's pretty much everyone in the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
So
That's what everyone.
The
Yeah, major domo.
major
So
Yep.
I guess Grim can have to open his room because
Sure.
he's not using it anymore.
Yeah. And so yeah, quick tour of the house there. First floor here, kitchen's back here, dining room over here, a guest room of some kind here, quarters up front here for Sebastian and Avress, a library, an actual like sitting room, reading room, library kind of like that. Sort of a gathering room over here. You have a second floor with some more rooms up top there. Sora's room, Catherine and Reese's room, Brevalor, the elf, and Lucas's room over here with sort of a loungy music practice area kind of thing in here. We're going to upstairs study. So the guest
Jim
room
made
up
this
here.
map from scratch.
What's that?
I said Jim made this map from scratch.
Using Incarnate, yes. Amethyst room here. There is an attic, but it's just sort of a small space up top there. It's sort of like Amethyst kind of uses that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the basement. I need to redo the basement because it's not on here anymore. What happened?
Oh no.
Um.
That's where I live, in the basement.
Yeah, I don't know why it's here. House basement. I mean,
That's where
let me
you
see.
stay as long as your alarm goes off at 5 a.m. You
Listen.
weirdo.
Also, listen,
Okay.
Grimbar, I'd love to welcome you to the house, but watch out. Eldon likes to play tricks on people and puts things on the
Yeah.
doors, and then you get covered in goop and feathers, and I believe paint at one point. And glitter? Did you hit me with glitter one time?
Glitter.
I did hit
Glitter.
you with glitter one
Yep.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, effectively, Eldon's room in the basement down here. This is a giant pantry storage area down here. Stairway down. This leads up to where that ballroom was up on top floor. A couple of practice dummies and some targets for doing combat stuff here, training, and a workshop in the back here where Eldon and Sebastian work.
And
There is, and Audrey now, yes. So there is a doorway down into here into sort of a underground passageways that will be upgraded here. I'm in the process of redoing that as well, actually putting in the actual tunnels and such in there, along with the mushroom grow and everything else. But yeah, essentially, this is the house. This is the house where they have in Ravenscraft.
It used to be a haunted
Did
house. We got rid of all the ghosts. And then I was like, oh, we can have a
also,
house now.
Sora,
Cool.
speaking of pranks,
Yes, sir.
because I was left in the house alone for 2 days.
Were you?
While you guys left.
Yeah, we
Um,
left without.
So, some things that will happen when you go to lay on your bed.
Oh no, no,
is-
no! I'm checking for traps everywhere. No, no, no! I know you well enough to
Oh.
know.
And
I
we
am
know
just
you're
gonna
so
follow
observant.
it.
Make
You know,
it
you're
more
so
perception.
observant and so investigation based. So give me
Right.
an investigation check to see if you spot them, because I
Ugh.
mean, why not?
I'm gonna have to order
Um,
Iris to do that from now on, because I mean, good God.
She's pretty
Nope.
good at it.
I mean,
Um,
I got a 0.
Okay, excellent.
Okay. So,
So,
so perfect. I'm so excited. So as you go to
Oh.
just lay it on your bed and your head hits the pillow,
I quit.
suddenly there's a click, and your entire pillow starts oozing out a thick shaving cream. As it covers your entire head. At the same time, another round of bright adhesive paint sprays out from a small canister on the top of the bed, and then a flash, and you are covered in confetti of lots of different colors that are now glued.
Yeah.
You know she's gonna murder you one of these days, right? She will just attack your face with something one of these days.
Nope.
And I don't think anybody will try to stop her because you
It's
probably deserve it.
it's all in good fun, but you will hear Sora screaming at the top of her lungs. See a flash of bright light as I discharge a breath weapon out the window. I don't know what it hits, Jim. Whatever it hits, it hits. I rolled a 1. I got a 2.
you're in the front of the house, so you just go out over the street there. It wouldn't actually go. It doesn't reach all the way across the street, so basically like there's enough flashes out the window. There's no actual trees in the front yard or anything else. It's not big enough to be hit the second story.
You will hear me yell.
I will run to Sora when I hear her scream.
You will hear me also yell, Eldon, you've got 20 seconds to hide before I find you. Amethyst, you'll probably see me stomping out of the room covered in all of this goop as I am counting all of my steps as loudly as I could stomp down the stairs.
So with that, Amethyst, during the time when you're kind of all showing Grimbar around and kind of getting everything settled there, Elia would have arrived in Falcon form, just kind of swooping in,
She's gonna punch you.
kind of doing that typical thing of well, I mean, if you're inside, she would just kind of come down the stairs real quick there. Actually, probably in cat form would come kind of bounding up to you and then just kind of jump, and in midair switching back into into human form there, and kind of colliding with you, and because it's been a while.
It's been a while.
You've been away for a bit, and a lot has been going on, and so with that, as you guys are back in Ravenscrest, back in the house for at least some time, with a new person in tow, and a chance to kind of regroup, pick your directions, and I think we have a pretty idea where you're headed next anyway. But with that, we'll close out for today as Thora is stomping through the house covered in glitter and shaving cream and everything else like that. And Grimbar gets to experience what the craziness of this group is at times here with all their stuff.
At times.
And also like I mean it's the whole like bed area is just like sprayed with like
Oh, of course,
adhesive
yeah.
with
It's
heading.
gonna need a good thorough cleaning, which luckily I will just say this, as any good house made type person is going to have access to prestidigitation, so
Yep.
it will get done with a number of castings. There's a lot to clean up, I'm sure.
And I'm about to hug Ellie and drag her up the stairs, and I will shoot Eldon a telepathic message on my way past that says, if there's anything going on with my bed, you better tell me right now, because you will pay. If my bed's being touched, you will pay for it.
I'll be up in 5 minutes. Just 1 second.
I'll go straight up to the attic with her
Okay.
and bolt the door.
All right. So with that, as Eldon is disabling the traps on him at this bed, and as you're all sort of there, getting ready to bed down for the night at least, and have some late night drinks and or food or whatever else, as things are being cleaned up, as the attic fades to black, we will go ahead and call it there for today. And I hope Grimbar, you had fun. I know we didn't get a lot of crazy combat today, but there'll be more coming up, I'm sure. As a lot
I
of sort of
tried, but everybody complained. So.
no, it's all good.
We would have died, definitely.
Yeah, I'll just say this.
In her layer of
100%. I will just say this. I didn't write up stats for her. That's the kind of encounter that would have been if you guys decided to go on there. I didn't write up any stats because it would have just been boom.
We just would have died instantly.
Or been disabled and whatever else. I mean, she may have just like flat out kill you because that's what's the fun of that. So, but with that though, I
she's
do want
kind of gonna have to be that like we save her for last type of thing.
We'll see.
I wasn't gonna attack. We were just walking around trying testing the boundaries.
Yep, and you definitely did a good job with that. So, so anyway, we'll call it there. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for playing, of course, as always, and thank you out there for watching. Appreciate you being here. As always, if you are looking for a place to play, a place to run games, consider the House of Discord, the House of the Tumble Tankard Tavern. That's what I'm going for here. The link is in the description below on the video. Wow, it's been brain's a little frazzled. I'm sorry about that. So, but yeah, the description for our server is in the link for the server in the description below, and we appreciate you being here. And hopefully, you can come and join us with some new games come down the road. But with that, thanks for being here. As always, drinks are on us, and we'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye.